the show, and I do want to do that, of course, but there is a little bit of housekeeping, because yesterday I was actually meant to have a look and see who you lot had voted for going into our Hall of Fame. Obviously, we've got a community Hall of Fame, and I completely forgot to do it. It kind of jumped in my head. Actually, as I was doing the opinions video, it just jumped into my head that we hadn't actually done it. So, with that being said, I want to do that first, so that we can not get it out the way, but certainly make sure we don't forget again. So let's jump over. I can tell you that someone absolutely ran away with it. And here we go. So these are all the people that are in the Hall of Fame. So big congratulations to all of these people. All of these people massively deserve it, because it's you lot that vote for it. The way that it works is I put this post out to the members, and I basically say, can you nominate someone that you would like to see go in the Hall of Fame? Who do you think deserves it? And then I go through all the comments, jot them down. I take the 4 people with the most votes, and then it goes into this public poll. And, you know, I don't have any kind of say in any of this. It's all to do with the community voting for the community, which is why I can say that all these people deserve to go in, because you put them in, right? Collectively, you are putting in the people you think that most deserve it. So we've been doing this for a good couple of years now, actually, and it's proven to be so popular. People really do enjoy it. And so, yes, a big congratulations to Bobby Rose, who has actually joined us a few times on Wrestle Feuds. Really nice guy. You see him quite a bit in the chat anyway, but yeah, I mean, look at that, absolutely running away with it. So completely deserved. Many congratulations, though, to Tyler, to Mosey, to Flame Fist. If you get nominated, that means that you are massively appreciated. It means that people see what you're doing and they appreciate you. And if you think about all the people that join us, for you to be able to get to that kind of nomination stage is incredible. So many congratulations to everyone that got nominated, but Bobby absolutely running away with it. And so Bobby is the person that goes into the Hall of Fame. Now, that was actually for May, so not next week, but the week after. I think we will do another one where we've got to do it for June. So we do have another one coming up quite soon. So if you are a bit disappointed that you just fell short, or perhaps a bit disappointed you didn't make the top 4, we will have another opportunity coming up in just a couple of weeks' time. So many congratulations, Bobby. Many congratulations to everyone that got nominated. And yeah, apologies for that slipping my mind, but normally I'm getting stuck into people's thoughts and comments and questions and theories. It just very easily just slips my mind. So, but there we go. Very well done. Thankfully, it wasn't close. If it was close, you know, maybe that might have been a bit of drama. But I did have a quick look last night to see where we were with it, and Bobby was running away with it last night as well. So, Bobby, the rightful person to be going in on this occasion. So there he is. Well done, buds. Many congratulations. I'm really genuinely pleased for you. Always such a great person to have come on Wrestle Feud and play on Wrestle Feud, and really cool, mate. Really cool. Right, let's have a look, shall we, at the preview of tonight's show. So this is NXT. Now, NXT, I don't know about you, it's in a weird place in the sense of it's definitely going through a rebuild. And we've spoken a lot about the men's side, maybe just lacking a little bit of star power. We've seen the likes of Baron Corbin come in and go straight onto SmackDown. We've seen the likes of Big Cass now being teased for Raw, and I would expect Enzo to join him. I'd expect Enzo to be kind of partnering with Big Cass, right? So it is a bit strange, to be honest with you, that we're bringing back this experience and it's going to the main roster. There must be a big belief that the main roster is struggling with inexperience, having to have matches or do segments against inexperience, and there must be a feeling that we need some more experience on that main roster, which is why we're not just, calling more people up from NXT, because if there are gaps, you would think they would just call up Tate and Paxley, and they would call up Tony, and they would call up Naraku and whatever. But it looks like they feel there is a bit of a need to kind of bring back some experience. To be honest, if I'm Dolph Ziggler, I am scratching my head a little bit. Because, I think Dolph was pretty well liked. It was just his booking was very underwhelming. If I'm Mustafa Ali, I might be scratching my head a little bit. Although, to be fair, they might be under pretty, locked down deals at the moment. But I think both of those would be interested to return if the opportunity came along. But Baron Corbin, Enzo, Big Cass, all going to the main roster. So NXT is in a weird place because I think NXT needs a bit of experience. I think NXT has got a lot of call-ups and is lacking a little bit of, steel. It's lacking a little bit of know-how. It's lacking like a Mustafa Ali that can get in there and just put on bangers. Someone that could face a load of different people, put on great matches, give good feedback, put people through their paces. I think that's missing. So for me, I'm surprised that none of Baron or Enzo or Big Cass are making their way to NXT first, just to sort of help out in the short term. So I think NXT is in a strange place because tag division is okay. It's not setting the world on fire, but it's okay because, to be honest, it's not that important. We've got Vanity Project, who I think are pretty good. We've got OTM, who I think are okay. We got Hank and Tank, who I think can be fun. We got Romeo Moreno and Noam Dar, who I'm actually quite high on. I do like those guys. We can always use Dark State if we need to. So, that's another team that's in the mix. So, we've got a few teams around. It's not like we haven't got any teams. We've got a few teams that are around. And so I think that division's okay. It's not that important. Women's division is fine. We've got really great women. Men's division, a little bit thin. And so we are needing to kind of boost that a little bit. So, but the ratings are good for NXT. The ratings are doing not too bad at all. So, as I said, it's a bit of a weird time. So let's have a look and see what they've got for us this week, shall we? And see what they are serving up. We have got Lola, Kelani, Callie in a women's #1 contenders match. That's going to be a lot of fun. Lola, Kelani, and Callie. I think Kelani could win it because she keeps going on about the fact that she's not had a women's championship match. I don't think Lola is going to be in NXT for long. And we've already done Lola Kendall quite a few times. Callie could take it, but I do think Callie is a future NXT Women's Champion. So I don't know that we need to do that match right now. I think Kelani might be the pick. So that should be fun, and it's going to set up a women's championship match for down the road. Then we've got Sean Legacy and Dorian Van Dukes. Good shout, actually. That's a new team that we've kind of put together. Really fun, really good. It's another team in the tag division. So Sean Legacy, Dorian Van Dukes, we've only seen them team together a couple of times, but they're actually going to challenge for those NXT tag titles. And as I said, that NXT tag division, I think it's fine. It's not that important. And we've got a fair few teams in there. And as I said, I completely forgot about this team because they've only been together for a few weeks. So Sean Legacy, Dorian Van Dukes. People like Dorian Van Dukes. He's quite explosive. He's got a presence. Sean Legacy's pretty fun as well. I'd say Sean Legacy was like one of the most visible entities in Evolve history. He was pretty much on every show. He was either wrestling or he was doing a backstage segment. He was kind of like the head boy of Evolve, but amazingly never won their championship. Don't know. But yeah, that'll be okay. Then we've got Zaria. So this is a bit of a question mark. So Zaria was meant to be facing Layla Diggs. and that was going to be a North American title match. I don't think Layla was going to win, but it was just an opportunity for her to have a run out, test herself against Zaria. I think she could have looked good, because I do like Layla Diggs, but she's injured. The streets are saying she's out with an injury. So we're going to need to find a replacement. I don't know if we've got a little write-up about it, actually, here. After Layla Diggs suffered an injury over the weekend, NXT General Manager Robert Stone has announced that he's going to search for a replacement to challenge NXT Women's North American Champion, Zaria. Who will Stone find to challenge Zaria? So that's pretty good. Not down on that. So that's significant. That should be fun. That's going to be interesting. We're doing okay. Then we've got Tate Wilder stepping up to Naraku. Not down on this. Naraku definitely brings experience. Tate Wilder is going to benefit from being in a match with Naraku. I, of course, expect Naraku to get the win in this match, but Tate Wilder is someone they seem to really like the look of. So, Tate Wilder, Naraku. You could put Tate Wilder with Brooks Jensen and have a modern day Smoking Guns. Both of them have got that sort of cowboy vibe. So I suppose in a way we sort of did that with Brooks and Jensen when we had those two together. But Tate Wilder and Naraku, that's okay. I'm not down on that. And then we got Tavian Heights going one-on-one with Jackson Drake. Tavian's been doing all right recently. Kind of been enjoying his matches. So I think that him and Jackson Drake should be able to put on something pretty fun. So yeah, this doesn't look too bad, to be honest with you. I think the top end in particular looks very good. And then this is just pretty standard NXT kind of matches that you would expect. A couple of people just going against each other. Not really anything at stake. But this obviously championship match, number one contenders match. That's not bad. So yeah, good. Thumbs up. I'm quite looking forward to this episode. So that's where we are with NXT. The other thing I just wanted to do as well is jump over to Wrestle Feud. We always tend to do this on a Tuesday. We always play a game on the members, with the members on a Wednesday, and I need your answers to kind of help that game. The answers you provide are the answers for the quiz, basically. So I've got 4 questions. They're a little tricky, I think. I'm not sure. I think they are a little tricky. I think getting answers is fine, but knowing what the top 8 answers were is going to be difficult. So the questions are, what is the best wrestler that had a great look but terrible booking? So a great look but terrible booking. That can be in the history of WWE. Who looked fantastic, but their booking was just so annoying. Like, oh my God, we could have done so much more with this person. Looked fantastic, looked like $1 million, but just never got going because of the booking. I think that's a real thinker. There's a couple of names that come to mind. Obviously, you might still have some questions around their promo abilities, but looks 10 out of 10. The way they were used, though, garbage. Should have got so much more out of them. So that's question 1. Question 2, what's the most disappointing match ever? So you're hyped, you build into a match. Oh my God, this is going to be amazing. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. Get to the match. Oh my God, this sucks. Oh my God, this is garbage. Yeah, what is the most disappointing match ever? Then we've got what's the most overrated wrestling move. So what's the move that maybe used to be impactful, it's just not impactful anymore? Or what's the move that people kind of people buzz about because it's just, you know, a move that is synonymous with wrestling, but it's just overrated, mate. I don't need to see it anymore. Again, I got a couple that come to mind. There's a lot of old moves that kind of get spammed in this day and age, and I just think, like, maybe we'd be better not having them in matches for a bit so that they could get their aura back. I think, though, if you say to the average fan, what you think about this, what you think about that, they'll probably be like, yeah, no, that's wrestling. I mean, you can't get rid of that. I don't know. What do you reckon the most overrated wrestling move is? What's overrated? People might interpret that in a few different ways, but that's kind of what I was thinking. What's the move that's kind of used all the time that people really love? But I'm all right if it goes away. Oh, I've got one that's screaming in my head, you know. I've got one that is absolute. I've got probably 5, but there's one that is absolutely screaming at me that I know that I would be my answer, right? And then we've got this one here. What should be the women's championship match if Rhea Ripley cannot compete at SummerSlam? I've said one-on-one, please, because, you know, some people might be like, let's do a battle royal, let's do a fatal 4-way, let's do blah, blah, blah. No, let's just give me 2 wrestlers that are facing each other, right, for the championship. What do you think the match should be? So I actually think these 2 are a bit difficult. I feel like these 2 are easier because obviously that's all going to be current roster, and that is going to be... I don't know. I don't think there's going to be loads of moves in there. Maybe that one's a little bit trickier, but I don't know. I've got about 5 that are screaming at me straight away. Now, I'm fairly confident they're going to feature in the list. So, yeah, not bad. Not bad. I don't mind these questions, which is good because I set them. So, what should the Women's Championship match be if Rhea can't make it to SummerSlam? I just think that's interesting. Genuine answer. I think it'll be interesting to see what gets the most votes. What do you think the match should be? Rhea is out. An announcement comes. Rhea's out. What do you want the match to be? What should the match be? Yeah? Right, let's go back over here. Nice. We've already had 12 people send in their thoughts within the first 20 minutes, so well on track to get the 100 that we usually get. So, yeah, that should be good. That should be fine. Right, Daze, did you see that Spain won? Spain will play either England or Argentina. Yeah, I do. I did, yeah. I watched it, actually. I just watched the second half. So I did that, and as thankfully it didn't go extra time, and I was able to set up these streams then, which is why this was a little delayed getting set up and whatever, because I was watching that. Yeah, 3 teams can win the World Cup. It's either going to be Spain, Argentina, or England. I think, genuinely, right now, I think the bookies have probably got it Spain favourites by a mile. Then maybe England, and then Argentina just right there as well. I think it's Spain's, isn't it? It's Spain's to lose. If you're Spanish right now, I'd imagine you're getting your World Cup winning celebratory party planned, because if you've just got past France, so effortless. I mean, they made it look so easy. England, Argentina aren't going to hold any concerns for you whatsoever. To be honest with you, a lot of people said Spain, France should have been the World Cup final, because, you know, arguably they're the best 2 countries. They were the 2 favourites coming into this. But, oh my God, thank God it wasn't. Because I thought that game was pretty, not dull. I wouldn't say dull, because it was obviously very interesting to see if France could find a way back. But it just felt so comfortable for Spain. Spain win 2-0. And didn't really get troubled that much. There was maybe like a free kick. I remember there being a shot that just went past the post. I mean, there was a couple of moments, but Spain were well worthy winners. So, yeah, hard to see anyone but Spain winning this now. And Spain were actually my pick to win before the World Cup. So I did have Spain as winners of the World Cup. I must admit, I didn't feel that was going to happen as I watched France in this tournament. I really thought that France had kind of clicked and found a way. But yeah, mind-blowing. Mind-blowing result. The favourites are out. I'm French hot, and they were so adamant they were winning it, the French as well. I saw loads of comments from French fans saying it's our year, it's you know, it's coming back to France and all of that. So yeah, they really believed. And they had reason to believe, because they'd looked so good in the tournament. So yeah, crazy to be sat here right now. This is I think this has only ever happened once in my life before, where I've been in a situation where England, there's only like 3 teams that can win the World Cup, and England's one of them. We were in this position in 2018. England were in the semi-final and they were playing Croatia, and England lost. Didn't make it to the final. They went out in the semi-final in 2018. Extra time, they went out to Croatia. That is the furthest I have ever seen England get in a tournament. They have only ever been to one World Cup final, and that was in 1966. I have never seen England in my whole life play in a World Cup final, apart from going back and watching the 1966 one, which, you know, fun fact, was flipping ages ago, 60 years ago. I mean, imagine that. You could be 59 years old and England have never been in a World Cup final in your life, and you could be 59 years old. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? I don't know how long the Knicks had to wait for their championship. I know that was a massive deal, but we're a football country. So can you imagine if England's reached the final, what it's going to be like over here? It's going to be bedlam. Like, yeah, man. But to be honest, it didn't matter who won out of Spain or France. Whoever won was going to be favourites. And after seeing just how effortlessly they just passed the ball around and just took France out of the game, I have no confidence if we get past Argentina that we're winning the World Cup. But I don't know, man. Could we find a way of keeping it 0-0 and taking it to penalties and just running the risk of penalties? Maybe that would be our best chance if we make it past Argentina. And that is a giant if. Because, yeah, I mean, it's so close. I think England are like minus 130 favourites, Argentina plus 110. It's nothing. I mean, that's nothing. It's about as close to a pick'em as you can get. So it's going to be tense tomorrow. Yeah, big game. Huge. I will watch it. I've just said that I'm going to delay tomorrow's member stream by half an hour, which I think people understand. Hopefully it doesn't go penalties. And, you know, hopefully England can find the win. And then Sunday will be, without question, no doubt in my mind, the biggest match of my life on Sunday if England make it. Yeah, without question. The only thing I was questioning was Man United got to the Champions League final in 1999, and that was flipping huge. That's probably still the biggest match I've ever seen. Is England in the Champions League? Man United in the Champions League final in 1999. I think that's still, I would say, the biggest match. Then they did it again in 2008, and then maybe England, Croatia 2018. But if England gets to the World Cup final, that will be the new number one. Yeah, huge. Miguel said, if England do win tomorrow, everyone's just going to go insane and celebrate. Do you think we have to break Messi, said Daz. I don't think we have to break Messi. I think that we've shown that we have the ability to like take players out of the game. Messi walks like 60% of the time he's on the pitch. He's walking. There's a stat out that he just walks. So he's not someone that's buzzing around all the time and like, you know, pulling defenders out the way and causing all these trouble. Like he's strolling around quite a bit. This is not Messi of, you know, 10 years ago. This isn't like a 29, 30-year-old Messi. This is a 39-year-old Messi who can still hurt you. I mean, he is top scorer at the moment at this World Cup, right? But I think I feel like, and maybe I'm completely wrong, but I feel like he should be easier to contain and control than the Messi that we know of 5 years ago, of 10 years ago, right? The thing is, I mean, look, he is obviously very important, but I would say you can't just take him out the game and think that we win because he didn't even score in the last game. You got Julian Alvarez scoring a worldie, looking amazing. You got McAllister looking really good in midfield. You know, Martinez looking really good as well. So they got players, man. They've got players all over the pitch. The only thing I would say is I think Thomas Tuchel is a great manager. And I think this is where he earns his money because I think player for player, it's very close. Yeah, I'm pleased that Bellingham's firing. I'm pleased that Kane is firing. But they've got Messi. They've got Alvarez. They've got McAllister. They've got players. I don't think it's as simple as shut down Messi and you're going to win the game. I think that we need to find their weaknesses and we need to find a way of getting goals. And apparently they're quite a narrow team, which means there might be opportunity down the wings. So I think our wide players, Gordon, Saka, maybe Reece James if he plays. Maybe we put Jed Spence in instead of O'Reilly. I don't know. Jed Spence likes to bomb forwards. He's a very good one-on-one defender. I don't know if it's not a bad shout putting him on the as left back, because he's a good defender and he likes to get forwards. And that could be exactly what we need. If targeting the wings is going to be the way of unlocking Argentina. So I do think a lot of tactics are going to come in, a lot of strategy is going to come in. And I think we've got a great manager for that. So I don't know, man. England have got a chance. We are definitely not counting our chickens before they've hatched. No way. I mean, if we play like we did against Norway, we're out. So yeah, I don't think there's too many getting carried away. There might be a bit of bravado that you see online. I mean, that's always going to happen, isn't it? But I think most England fans are just like, can we? Could we? For the first time in 60 years, get to a World Cup final? But then also those same people are like, well, if we do, we're getting battered. Spain are definitely winning, so I don't know, man. Very exciting. It's a very exciting time over here. I'm excited. Aaron said, I said France would win, but Spain were just so comfortable. It felt like the players gave up for France, in my opinion, said Aaron. I think a lot of frustration came in, actually, yeah. I think a lot of frustration came in. So, it was a very straightforward looking game for Spain, but, the front players just couldn't get the ball. I think Spain dominate the midfields. That'll be something for England to think about, Do we need to change our formation and pack the midfield if we get to the final? I mean, Anderson, Rice, maybe Mainu in midfields, battling away, trying to win that midfield battle. Maybe have a few less up top. I mean, to be honest, I don't know. This is what Thomas Tuchel gets paid for, isn't it? But I've got to think going toe-to-toe with them and trying to neutralise their midfield if you do get to the final. It would be a pretty good approach. But this is what Tuchel's getting paid millions for, is to try and work this stuff out. Jared said, can we talk about Raw? Sure. I need a moan. I know you liked it, but I hated every minute of the Maxine segment. It felt really off. Very stuttery and some bad acting. If this is where the vision is, then get Breaker out, said Jared. Jared, shout out to you. I didn't mind it. Community scored it. What did the community score it? Great. 49. So, I mean, to be honest with you, it got a mixture of opinion. So there was 37% that said it was great. I think it was like 36% said it was good. And then 15% said it was bad, but 12% said it was all time. So it's a very divisive segment. It's a segment where I think you are fine to feel however you felt about it. I think the crowd reaction really helped for me because the crowd were buying it and they were into it. And their reactions to it was kind of helping, instill some confidence into the segment. I think that I didn't really need Otis to say that he had feelings for Maxine. That felt a bit weird because there'd been no evidence of that. But I could also believe that secretly he did have some feelings, but I don't know. That bit felt a little bit off, right? But it did allow Maxine to sort of say, why didn't you tell me? We could have spoken about this. I didn't think she was too bad with saying, you don't know him. He's good. He's a good person. I didn't really have any issues with her work. But then, there's a bit where he's talking. She stands in between Otis and Theory, and they just sort of rotate round. And you know, as that's happening, where this is going. I mean, I do wish they hadn't have done that kind of a bit, right? Because as they're sort of like awkwardly rotating around, you sort of know that something's happening, right? And it's probably going to involve Theory. Because now, and I said during the watch along, like, Otis, you've got your back to Theory now. That seems really dumb. You know, you had your back to no one before. There was no one behind you. But now you've got your back to Theory. That strikes me as really stupid and, you know, a bit implausible. So, I mean, low blow. I actually think as well, you could have just kept them the where they were, and you could have had Maxine kick out at Otis. I don't think we needed that awkward rotation, because I think she could have said, why didn't you tell me? You know that I love you and Tozawa, you know? And as he sort of like looks down, you know, then she could have given him a low blow. There was no need for that awkward rotation. So I think the Otis moment where he's confessing his love for her, which we haven't seen any examples of or any teases of, felt a little bit like, not sure that I totally buy this. It feels like we're just doing it to lay it on thick. I could have maybe done without that. I could have done without the awkward sort of rotating rounds. Bron Breakker, I do think is still a future prospect, but I think, unfortunately, we are in a situation where he has not caught fire. And I think we have to be honest about that, right? We want him to kind of generate bigger numbers. We want to see bigger reactions to when he comes out. It's not clicked with Bron Breakker, and we can keep trying and trying and trying and trying. Or maybe just in the short term, we just, you know, regroup. I mean, there's another issue, which is you've still got Bronson injured. You've still got Logan injured. I mean, the vision right now is 2 people. Heyman is kind of around. We don't know what's happening there. They kind of keep bumping into him, so I'm not sure what the future holds there. But whatever goes on there, I would say it just hasn't worked with Bron Breakker. Like, it's just not clicked. So I think that for me, I'm okay with us just sort of going, do you know what? Sometimes you have to just put your hands up and go, yeah, it hasn't worked. Rather than just keep trying and trying and trying and trying and trying. Like, just go, do you know what? It's not worked. Let's just get them. They've got the tag belts. Let's just put them into this natural story with Alpha Academy, which is all going to be based around Maxine. Crowd were loving it. Crowd were into it. Otis was getting chants and the fans were right behind him. Alpha Academy have always been kind of loved by the crowds. Otis has always had that sort of crowd support. And so you can see why they wanted to lean into that. I think Maxine having her eyes taken away by Theory is not crazy to me. As a good-looking guy, I think Vision is certainly cooler than Alpha Academy. I could believe that she would want to go over with them. That's not a hard sell. I could believe Alpha Academy being upset with her decision. I did think the tone at the start from Tozawa was a little bit off. Kind of felt like he was playing it a little comedic at the very beginning. But to be honest, he didn't. I think he got the tone shifted, but at first it felt a little comedic. But I thought the overall picture was not bad. Oh yeah, I mean, you lot scored it great, 49. I can vibe with that. I think it's low end great, high end good. I can vibe with low end great because we're not talking about a segment that's all time. We're not talking about high end great because. I do agree with you. I think Tozawa got it wrong at the start when he first starts speaking. He goes too comedic rather than just being like heartbroken. The way he delivered the line felt a bit comedic. The little turning around felt awkward. The Otis professing his love had come out of nowhere. Those were the bits I was like, not sure about this. Outside of that, I can't really say there was anything in the acting. I thought Maxine was all right. I didn't have an issue with Maxine. I didn't have an issue with Otis. Trying to think if there was anything off with Theory, but I don't know. It was okay. Jared, what's your specifics? Have you got any specifics? Tuchel was hired to win the World Cup. He's got. Let's go down. Watkins over Kane. What is Tuchel doing? Says Connor. Watkins over Kane. Joe said, if England win the World Cup, how would you celebrate? Well, first of all, I wouldn't believe it. And it would take, I just wouldn't believe it. It would be, I sort of feel like, I mean, I don't think that it's so hard to explain this to people that aren't English. But if you're English, football is the sport. Just like how in America, NFL is the sport. So imagine if every 4 years there was a global NFL tournament where you try and crown the best NFL country, yeah? Now, of course, you'd expect America to dominate that. But imagine if in your life they hadn't, right? Don't know why, but they hadn't, yeah? I sort of feel like I can map my life by World Cups. I can sort of go back to each World Cup, know exactly where I am, where I watched them, what the England team was like. And, I've got all these memories from different tournaments. And, like, for the England to be on the verge of being in the final now is, as I said, I mean, if they get there, Sunday will be the biggest football match I've ever seen. From an England fan point of view, but also from just, personally. I would put it up there with, ahead of Man United reaching Champions League. There's a big debate about would you like your club team to win the Champions League, which is like the biggest prize in club football. Man United, Liverpool, Real Madrid clubs, right? Or would you like your country to win the World Cup? There is no debate ever in my mind, ever. At no stage in my life have I ever doubted England winning the World Cup is the ultimate. England winning the World Cup is the absolute ultimate. It's easy for me to say that, though, because I saw Man United win the Champions League in 1999, so that box has been ticked for me for, a long, long time. So I suppose it's easy for me to say that. If I was, a supporter of a club that I'd never seen them win the Champions League, then maybe that would be a lot more difficult. But, I've been very fortunate to see Man United win the Champions League a couple of times in my life. So, yeah, there's no doubt in my mind England winning the World Cup is number one. So, yeah, I don't know how I would celebrate because, to be honest, even if we make the final, not for a second will I believe that we can actually win it. And then if we do end up actually winning it, I don't know. I'm just not prepared for that. I'm just not prepared. I don't know. I know, though, that whenever something like that happens, I always have the urge to be with large groups of people. I always have this urge to, I've got to get to Birmingham or I've got to go. I will 100% go to London. 100%. I'd want to be there for the open top bus tour. If, I mean, all England have got to do is get past Argentina, the current world champions, and then Spain, who have just effortlessly knocked France out. So, I mean, it's pretty much a done deal, isn't it? I don't see why there should be any doubt. It's absolutely coming home. So, yeah, it's not for 1 second do I think England are winning this World Cup. Not for 1 second. But I think there is a chance they could get past Argentina. I do think there is a chance. I think both teams are pretty equal. I think that if it's a 50-50 game, why can you not believe that there's a chance? I mean, there is. There is a chance. There's definitely a chance that we can get past Argentina. There's also a chance that we go out. So we'll have to see. We'll know more, won't we, tomorrow? Big game tomorrow. Did anyone watch a clip of Kylie doing All the Lovers? It's people lying on each other, writhing, says Shining Wizards. Oh, no, but I'll check it out now. I'll definitely check it out now. Wyatt661 said, I'm ready for Tony to lose the championship. I don't want to sound like a hater, but he just doesn't do anything for me. I'm not into the in-ring character or the mic work. It's like a male Lola Vice. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think that's unfair. Billy said the saving grace for that segment was Otis getting the payback. Braun is going to play second in command to Theory now. Maxine is terrible. I'm not trying to be harsh, but the product is not it. Miami Max said, we're going to stream World Cup final if England make it. No. Daze, will the US ever win the World Cup, says Paul. Yes. I do firmly believe that they will. I don't know if it is within my lifetime. I think that a lot of people thought that the USA were going to really kick on after 1994. And in fairness, you did start the MLS. And, where you are with football is definitely much more further along, more advanced than where you were in 1994, which was the last time you had the World Cup. I think the amount of people that this World Cup and social media and the impact of all of that has had is going to fast forward things again for you. So I think you will only get better as a result of this. I mean, I think the world know, and I think America knows, that it's a sleeping giant. Do you know what I mean? All you got to do is just get your shiz together. I mean, you have got a population of 300 odd million. Most other countries are well below that. England is like 60 million, and you've got 300 million, right? If you had more investment in pitches and make access to training and local clubs, more accessible. If that infrastructure was, fast forwarded again, look at where you are now. I mean, I don't know what happened against Belgium, to be honest. I'm not sure, because I think was your favourites. You kind of went into that game with Belgium being like, here we go, this is the test. And I got to tell you, man, that Belgium team, they weren't bad. They've got some really good players, but it felt like the way that America had been playing, you were going to, be competitive. I don't think too many people saw it being 4-1, right? So I'm not sure what happened there. And I don't know. I don't know how they managed to work you out. And, I don't know if you just capitulated. I mean, you made a couple of mistakes, and I don't know if your head's dropped, but really that should have been 2-1 to Belgium or something like that. 4-1, I think, is a bit harsh. But a couple of mistakes from your players, which you just cannot afford at the World Cup. So, take those mistakes out. Maybe it is 2-1, and maybe you still go out, but maybe it's a lot closer. And that's against a decent Belgium European team. That's where you are right now, right? So fast forwards, you can start feeling confident that, over the next 20 years, maybe in 20 years' time, you can be starting to have conversations of semi-finals and maybe, knocking on the door of a final. But I think it's going to take a lot of work. I think you need a lot more players coming through, quality players. You need more players playing in Europe. If you're going to compete against a Spain, you can't really afford to have weaknesses anywhere. You need a full, complete, team. It's not about, we just need to get great players. Not only do you need to get great players all over the pitch, you need to then be working as a team. And it's a long road. It's going to be a long road. I don't expect you to win the World Cup in 4 years or 8 years. I think we are looking, 20 years where I think then you can start to, with the right investment, be competitive. Certainly, kind of semi-finals knocking on the door. But the thing is, once you get going, once that infrastructure is in, I think you'll be a power in football, arguably not forever, but do you know what I mean? It's not like I don't see you getting there and then falling away and having to wait forever. I think as you keep investing and building, you're improving, and there's no reason as to why you can't kind of stay at that level, just like how a France has done and how a Brazil has always been consistent, and a Germany is always going to be there or thereabouts, and fingers crossed maybe in England now can stay consistent. Argentina have always been very consistent. So I think once USA crack it, then you'll hopefully be at that level. So it's going to be difficult, though. I mean, it's not just a case of like getting some extra players in. Like it is much deeper than that. It's about having the academy set up, bringing through, a lot of players. I mean, you don't want to just have like a good 11. I mean, what about if someone gets a red card? What about if you get an injury? Who's going to come in and replace that person? You need depth in your squads. The other thing as well is, what if you've got 11 great players, but they get injured towards the end of the season and they're not even making it to the World Cup? We've got great players that didn't even get picked to be in our team. I mean, we could have had Cole Palmer and Phil Foden, and we could have had Trent Alexander-Arnold. These are great players that could walk into most teams at the World Cup, didn't even make our squad. So you don't need 11 players. You need about 40, right, that you can choose from, because you're going to have injuries and you're going to have fatigue and you're going to have issues. So hoping that you get a good 11, and you're not even there at the moment, right? You need a good 40, and it's going to take you a long time to kind of get to that stage. So it's hard work, it's investment, it's all of that stuff. But yes, can you win the World Cup? Definitely. I mean, you've already shown that with the women. So men can definitely do it. Of course they can. You're a sleeping giant, and I think the world knows it. You're the richest country in the world. If you stop faffing around spending money on like stupid things and start spending money on football, then yeah, absolutely you can. Right, Jared says, to be a bit more specific, in a segment, I look for like an OMG, I never saw that coming, like Austin or Vince or the Cena turn. I found myself saying yesterday, okay, just get to the point, because I wasn't buying it, but maybe I'm being a bit harsh. I don't know. I think that maybe... I think that we knew where that segment was going. I think we knew that was coming from the second that we saw Maxine hanging around with Theory. The question was going to be, how's Otis and Tozawa going to take this, right? And then, of course, was it last week the car drives away and you see Otis and Tozawa kind of staring off as the car drives off? I don't know how you deliver that segment with there being a shocking swerve, right? Because it's not really Alpha Academy's playbook to have Maxine go off with the Vision, only for Maxine to then kick Theory in the balls, right? I don't think this was like a strategy that Alpha Academy had worked on, so I don't think you could have had a swerve there. What would the swerve have been? That actually Otis and Tozawa are part of the Vision, and actually they all laugh together and they join up together. I mean, that would have been a swerve, but would that have made much sense? Considering last week they were stood watching as the Vision drove away. What would that swerve even be a benefit of? Why would they swerve that? Who are they trying to outfox? No one. They're not feuding with anyone. So who would they outswerve? Who would they be outfoxing? Really, there wouldn't be a need for it. And why would the Vision even want Alpha Academy to join them? So the problem is, if there isn't like a reason for a swerve, or there isn't a reason to not go the obvious way, sometimes you have to accept that the obvious way is the way we're going to go. So yeah, it was obvious, but I think it was more about how was it executed, and did it actually land with the crowd, or did they just not care? And that's why, for me, I think the fans reacting the way they reacted, really into it, chanting Otis's name and, being into it, I think was a real positive for that segment. Because if that crowd had just sat there completely like, this is dull, I don't care, right? That could have affected the performers, as they're kind of like, this is not going well. I mean, you can't help it. If you're in the ring and things aren't going to plan, the wrestlers know. And, that then could start to, creep into the performance. But actually, with the fans caring, I think that gave the performers a bit more confidence to sort of, deliver the stuff that needed to be delivered. So was it shocking? No. Not in the slightest. It kind of all went the way it was meant to go. Is that going to be boring for some? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But to be honest, I don't see what you could do apart from just maybe don't do it. Do you know what I mean? Maybe just don't do it. Maybe just have Maxine join the Vision and, well, tough luck. Sorry, Otis. Sorry to Zawa. She's gone. Deal with it. And maybe you just did something else instead. But the only thing I can say is that they did that. It played well to the live crowds. Community went great 49. I thought it was fine. I didn't have an issue with it. There's nitpicky bits that I can go, yeah, I would have changed that. I think Tozawa gets the tone wrong at the start. Wouldn't have done the awkward turnaround, blah, 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 blah. But I don't go into segments thinking, oh, this has got to shock me, and every segment's got to shock me. Sometimes you know where things are going, and it's just like, how are they going to do it? And is it going to work? And sometimes you watch a segment for that. It's a little bit like, when you're watching a tape show and you've had the spoilers, spoil the show. Sometimes, would you skip that show or would you still tune in? Because I would still tune in because I might know, like, there's been a spoiler, like, I don't know, Keith Lee has won the championship, right? And so, because that was spoiled. But you still tune into NXT to see the moment. Hey, Mick Foley, there's a classic one. So, WCW giving the Mick Foley result away. That'll put butts in seats, and then 250,000 people changed the channel because they wanted to see the moment. They knew what was going to happen, but they still changed the channel because they want to see the moment. So I think knowing where it was going was okay. It was more, was it going to deliver? I thought it did. I thought it did okay. I wasn't madly in love with it. I think there's better segments, but I thought it delivered. Great 49, I thought was fair. But if you're someone that wants to be shocked and surprised all the time, yeah, that I can see why that would not float your boat. So it's to each their own, isn't it? Everyone's got their own opinions. Everyone's opinion is valid. I mean, we kind of watch wrestling in our own bubbles to a degree, not so much like it used to be, but you can still watch wrestling and make your own mind up. And if you watched it and was like, I just hate all of this, well, you're not wrong, are you? That's how you reacted. That's your thoughts and your feelings. And as I said, you're not alone. There was 15% of people that also thought it was a bad segment. So you're not alone. So Jared, shout out to you. Interesting. I've kind of enjoyed digging into that because I think it is interesting when people have got different perspectives. It does make you question it and kind of look back on it and kind of go, was it off? Was it bad? So good. G Doggy Dog, shout out to you. Who Dat Saints J said, football is like the fourth major sport. Until it can pass NFL, NBA, NHL, be one of the top three, it's going to be hard to see them winning. I don't even know if it needs to be honest. I mean, you got 300 million people. So, for example, like, I don't know how many people are into those other sports, but even if you can get... Croatia got to the World Cup final in 2018, right? So Croatia have got a population of... Let's have a little look. So they got to the final against France in 2018, Croatia. They've got a population of 4 million. They got 4 million people. So if Croatia, with a population of 4 million, can reach a World Cup final, what should America be able to do with 300 million? Because you're not idiots. You pride yourself on having some of the best athletes in the world. You dominate when it comes to Olympics. You're normally number one in the medals table when it comes to the Olympics. You've certainly got people that can run fast, right? Imagine if those people decided, instead of running, they were going to, try and run with the ball, and they were going to take up football. So, to be honest with you, I don't even think that it needs to overtake the NFL and overtake Major League Baseball. You just need to have enough people that are into football with the right infrastructure and access to it. I mean, this is where your big cities are going to be hubs, because I think if you're out in the wilderness, it's going to be very hard to have access to football pitches and teams and all of that. But LA, New York, Orlando, Houston, Dallas, all these big hubs, Atlanta, or Chicago, all of these places should have pitches and 5-a-side kind of facilities. Like in Paris, there's loads of cages. So they're cages, they're like metal cages. There's a goal built into each end. And it's kind of like 3-on-3, 4-on-4. You have a goalkeeper, you have like 3 players, and they're just in these cages trying to outmaneuver each other. It's just improving ball control. It's, working in tight spaces. You don't even need like big 11-on-11 pitches. A lot of Parisians actually work on their skills in these much smaller formats. And a lot of the skills they get of ball control translate to 11-on-11. So there's a lot of that sort of stuff, it's facilities. And I think if you build it, they will come. So, if Croatia with a population of 4 million can reach a 2018 World Cup final because they've got their facilities in a good place, I've got to think that, if LA gets its act together, New York gets its act together, if Boston gets its act together, if there is, a bit of a upscale in these major hubs, that's going to really fast forward your development, and that's going to put you much more. I mean, you're already a team that can get through group stages and get to the knockouts. I mean, you just need to fast forward a bit more where you can start getting to quarterfinals consistently, semi-finals. I think the biggest push is going to be finals and winning the thing overall, of course. I mean, we've been trying to do it for 60 years, and we've definitely got the facilities, right? So we've been trying for 60 years. We haven't managed it. But with the wealth and the amount of people that America has got access to, yeah, I think you'd be an idiot to think that America can't do it. Absolutely, you can do it. 100% America can do it. 100%. If the USA put more into academies all over the States, put the time into it, then we could make the final, says Colin. Robbie said, we don't out the same emphasis with like the youth leagues and the youth development as Europe. Youth clubs and club soccer is really expensive. Yeah, it's true. I mean, that is obviously something that needs to be part of the fast forwarding process. So hear a lot about soccer moms taking their kids to play soccer. I think you've actually got quite a few kids that play, but there is an issue with then taking that step into the professional ranks and the amount of money that kind of comes with that. But, America's the richest country in the world. I'm sure you can find a way of breaking that barrier. And, who knows? Once you break that barrier, could be a flood of talent. Because I think there's a lot of talent that you have at a youth level that just doesn't kick on. Get that situation sorted, and, the talent could really flow. And who knows? I mean, could really make progress quick. So I'm quite buoyant on America's odds. Quite buoyant on the future for American football. But I'm also not in a rush for you to get there, to be honest, because I'd love to see England win some World Cups. And I think if USA get their act together, that's just going to make it a hell of a lot harder for England. So, I'm all right with where you are, to be honest. But I've no doubt that you will get your act together eventually. Word Live Cena fan, shout out to you, but Daze, are we going to live stream WWE Season 3, Episode 1 of Unreal, said EQ. No, buds. We've never done live streams for them because they always drop at like a weird time, and they tend to all drop in one go. And the other thing as well is it's a flipping nightmare trying to stream something that's very dialogue based. So just like, it's one thing to listen to a promo which can last 8 minutes or whatever, And then you get video packages, commercial breaks, all that sort of stuff. And then you get matches where, you don't need to listen to the commentators. So, that doing a wrestling show is one thing, but doing a TV show that's just talking, and you can't really miss anything because it's backstage segments and all of that. I've said before, they're just the worst things to try and stream. So no, I don't have any plans to do Unreal. We didn't do season 1. We didn't do season 2. I think that they're definitely worth a watch. I didn't find season 2 to be quite as good as season 1 personally. But I'll be watching it. But yeah, trying to do a live stream of it wouldn't even be that entertaining. It wouldn't even be that good. I assure you, because it would be 6 hours of doing all the episodes and just a lot of listening. Taking down some notes to make sure I don't forget what's said. I'll be trying to talk to you guys and then I'll miss something, and no, it's just not the right way to do it. Can anyone tell me if Nick Aldis Vault for SummerSlam is official? It's not official. No, it's not official. Robbie said, do we think we get Santana? He is finished with TNA on June 28th. Heatwave is August 30th. Surely he's in by then. Well, I would think so. I mean, I've heard they really like him, and, his contract is coming up, so I just don't see a reason why he doesn't come in. Does he come in and go to NXT? I would think so. But equally, I don't know, WWE seem eager to get experience straight onto that main roster. Powerhouse Hobbs went from AEW to main roster. Santana has had way more matches in AEW than Powerhouse Hobbs. I mean, he was with Ortiz, wasn't he? And then he's gone and done a load of stuff with TNA as a single star. He's already appeared in NXT, so I don't know. I mean, does he even just go straight to the main roster? Because if they really feel like they need to bring back Baron Corbin and Enzo and Big Cass, I mean, I would put Santana above Big Cass and Enzo for wrestling ability. So I don't know. I don't even know if he goes to NXT or if he go. I just think they definitely are going to take him. I don't know why you wouldn't. I think he's very charismatic, very likable. I think his work is excellent. I've really enjoyed his matches whenever he's been in NXT. So yeah, I think we can pretty much expect him to come in. I can't give you a reason why we wouldn't. Do we think England would beat Spain in the World Cup if they beat Argentina? No. They're two different teams. If Seth loses to Roman, what do we think Seth will go after? How do we think they'll be able to keep Oba and Roman apart after SummerSlam? Well, I think you just need to get them into other feuds. If they're both busy, then they can't really collide. And Oba Roman is so big, I don't think you really want to do that on a B show. Although you may want to do it in Saudi, because the Saudi shows are very important. They're expiring next year. So, we're trying to get to renegotiate. I don't know if we're going to manage it. I don't know if we are going to renegotiate next year. But, I think that just keep them busy. But I wouldn't be shocked if we did it in Crown Jewel. Although, Crown Jewel is champ, isn't it? Thinking about it. Although, yeah, I mean, it will be. I was going to say, are we even doing Crown Jewel this year? I mean, I don't think it's a very good thing. It doesn't have any prestige. I don't think that people get excited for it maybe the way they thought they would. So, I mean, for me personally, I'm not interested in it. I wouldn't do it. I don't think it really proves anything. No one really sees those Crown Jewel belts as being the ultimate. And so, yeah, the champ thing, it's just not for me. I just don't care. I don't see that as a major event. I don't think, sitting here right now, they've actually announced what that Saudi show is going to be, but it probably will be Crown Jewel. I mean, it will be obviously a talking point if they abandon it just a couple of years after starting it, right? So that would be a way of keeping them apart, won't it? Because Roman will likely have to do that. Then, of course, at Survivor Series, probably Roman is going to be inside War Games against Solo and all of those people. So there's probably ways of keeping them apart with other feuds, other programs. And to be honest, as soon as we get to 2027, if we're not doing Roman Rock, then we can just start getting our teeth into, building towards Roman Oba. Oba can win Rumble and go after Roman, and we're done. That's it. I mean, the winner of the Rumble gets to choose who they go after. And, I mean, you just have Oba win and he selects Roman and we're locked in then. So we only have to get through to the Rumble. You only have to get through to January, because really January is the road to the Rumble. Oba announces he's going to be in the Rumble early January. Wins the Rumble. Chooses Roman. Done. So we just got to get through the rest of the year. So we're talking, 4.5 months? And within that time, probably Crown Jewel. Certainly War Games. We won't do anything in December because there's no show big enough for them to square off on. So we just got to keep them busy, really. Just keep them away from each other. Jim said Crown Jewel is a premium live event scheduled to take place in October. Has it been announced then, Jim? I haven't seen it announced. The World Cup will end this Sunday, says Miguel. Joseph said, if NXT somehow becomes a third main roster brand, would they keep their creative team or use Raw or SmackDown creative? They would keep their creative, I would imagine. But, I mean, some people say it is a third brand. It's developmental, because I think unless we start seeing, I think for me, their belts need to be classed as world championships to be a third brand. Because if you go to Raw and you win the top title, it's a world championship. If you go to SmackDown and win the top title, it's a world championship. If you're trying to add to your achievements and you're John trying to get to number 17, you can't win the NXT championship and get from 16 to 17. So that to me is a big indicator as to whether, NXT is a true third brand. The other thing as well is, not that we do drafts, but obviously we see a lot of talent getting called up, and we don't really see much talent coming down. So until we start seeing more equal distribution of talent, and I think the other thing as well is you would need a new developmental. You could make an argument that Evolve could become the new NXT, the new developmental. So, I mean, there probably is a way forwards for NXT to become a third brand. And it doesn't even really require them leaving the Performance Center. I think their top titles for me would need to be world titles. And we would need to stop this inequality of talent getting called up. And I think if we change those things, then NXT could start to be seen as a legitimate third brand that stands alongside Raw and SmackDown. But yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's definitely developmental. I don't see that changing, to be honest. I don't see them looking to change that. I think the only thing that might change it is if they really felt like there was an opportunity to get more money for a third brand. Money will obviously change everything. So if they get a good home for Raw, maybe Netflix extends the Raw deal, and perhaps they get, an extension with the USA deal, and then they've still got networks coming to them asking for a brand, and there's good money on the table. That could change things. But I mean, I don't see anything like that happening until we get to renegotiating contracts, which isn't for many years. And even then, I just don't get the feeling that there is that clamour for pro wrestling, or enough of a clamour to get pro wrestling onto various networks. Plus, you've got TNA out there, satisfying a need. You've got AEW out there. Maybe if AEW wasn't around, you know, perhaps you'd have more interest. But they're obviously, you know, taking up networks and finances, and so they're scratching an itch. So it's hard to see anything changing, to be honest. It's kind of been this way for a long time now. Robbie said Crown Jewel hasn't been announced. That's fake news. As far as we know, the final Saudi Romanian Money in the Bank is in October, War Games November. Right. It's simple. If you don't like World Cup during World Cup, okay. I think we're on top of all the chatter. We spoke about NXT being a third brand. The Saudi Blood Money shows are just not worth watching, says Jim. I think USA will put more into academies, says Colin. Did you watch Dark Side of the Ring? No, I didn't. To be honest, I'm not really feeling it. I don't really care. I do like Dark Side of the Ring, and I've enjoyed previous stories, but this TNA one, I'm just not interested. I mean, unless there's like a big scandal that I just don't know about. But like, I watched that first episode, and it was dull. It was just like Jeff decided that WWE didn't want him, so he was going to start a business, and they're trying to sort of make something out of Dixie Carter coming in, and now Dixie's starting to turn a bit on Jeff, and it's like, I just don't really care. I'm not interested. You know, I kind of feel like if there was a scandal there, if there was something that was worth knowing about, just get straight to it. I feel like this has been really stretched out over a few episodes. Maybe if I watch all three, you know, I'll be like, yeah, no, it was really good. But I can tell you, episode 1 just felt a bit dull to me. I mean, compare it to like earlier Dark Side episodes where each episode had, you know, a scandal, big scandals in it and all this, but it was all contained within one episode. I just didn't really enjoy that first one. I'm sure the second one could be better, but no, I haven't even searched for it. I found the first one on Vice on YouTube, but the first one didn't make me want to watch the second and all of that. So perhaps once we get past the TNA stuff and we get into, like, you know, the individual episodes. But honestly, it feels to me a little bit like they've run out of topics. It feels a little bit to me like the Dark Side of the Ring, the scandal, the stories that, you know, have kind of been hidden and all that stuff. And here's the real truth. Like, I don't know, perhaps like we're up to season 7 and a lot of that stuff has been covered now. So, yeah, I wasn't really blown away by that first episode. It didn't make me want to find episode 2. So, no. When is TNA going to fire Sonya? Because she's ruining TNA, says Miguel. Days, now that Punk is on SmackDown, when do we see AJ Lee return? Could we see her going after the US title? There's no word about her returning, unfortunately. I feel like she came back because she said she didn't want to come back unless there was a good reason. And in an interview I saw, she said that they pitched to her that the ESPN deal and WrestlePalooza and all of that was going to be a massive deal. And so she decided that'd be a great place to come back, you know, the first ever WrestlePalooza, making her return, you know, kicking off the ESPN deal. It didn't really work that way, though, did it? Because I don't think I mean, is anyone clamoring for another WrestlePalooza? This WrestleMania size show, apparently, right? SummerSlam, it's going to hang alongside them. WrestlePalooza. I don't even know if we're doing one this year. I mean, it was that big of a deal. I don't think we're repeating it. So, yeah, it didn't really work out that way. But apparently that was like genuinely a motivator for her to come back because she felt like there was a real reason to do it. And so I think she came back. Obviously, then they got a few more dates out of her. She wins the IC belt, kind of pretty much just stays in a feud with Becky, and she's done. So I don't know that they've got plans or have managed to convince her to kind of come back and work another program. She might just be satisfied with everything that went down. So, I don't know. There's no word of a return. There's no word about what's kind of next for her. There's no word as to whether she comes back at all. So, I don't know. I really don't know what to expect. I don't think I'll be shocked if she rocks up in the Rumble and works her way to WrestleMania. I don't think I'd be shocked at that. But then WrestleMania is in Saudi. And is she going to want to do that? I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. So very, very hard to say. Finley, hello. Finley said we're the keepers of our destiny. Much love, Daze. Hello, Finley. Hope you're doing well, buds. Shout out to you. Wyatt661 said I missed the takeovers. Yeah, they were always good. I think the big difference, though, is we've got a lot more next in line talent now. The thing with the takeovers was that it was always very indie wrestler based. There was a lot of indie wrestlers that we used to bring in. You know, those takeovers are talent that have come in from TNA, from New Japan, from Ring of Honor, from the indies. And, you know, you got the odd sprinkling of next in line talent. I mean, I don't think Alexa Bliss had wrestled anywhere before she actually came into WWE. I don't think Charlotte had, although she was a Flair. I think Sasha had. Certainly Bayley had. Obviously, Finn Balor had come from New Japan. Shinsuke had come from New Japan. Sammy and Kevin had, you know, been very, very active on the indie circuit. Johnny had been on the indie circuit. Tommaso had been on the indie circuit. So you had a lot of experience. And the other thing you have to remember as well is that 2010 time period, TNA is around, but its competitiveness is diminishing. So really WWE is standing alone. So you think about 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. This is like peak NXT, in my opinion. And I think one of the big changes that we don't really talk about too much, but I think one of the big changes is the arrival of AEW. Think of the talent WWE would have now if AEW didn't exist. Think of some of those names that are over in AEW that I'm sure would have found their way to WWE, would have gone through NXT as well, yeah? Would have gone through NXT and to make their way to the main roster. That is definitely talent that we've missed out on. That is definitely talent that we've had to try and replace. And the way that we've tried to replace it is with next in line. And the thing with next in line is you've got no experience to fall back on. Everything you're learning in-house. There are no hidden tricks. There is no bag of tricks for these people to reach into. Everything you see is everything they know, and they just don't have the experience. They've not been, you know, in different situations. They've not been, they can within a couple of years to, you know, have passable matches, good matches, be able to cut promos, get their look right, presentation right. But it's not the same as bringing in, you know, an 8-year indie vet. So, you know, it's not just the takeover name that is missing. It's not that we just bring back the takeover name and all of a sudden takeovers are back. For me, it's a shift in the talent since AEW started in the end of 2019. And the fact that we now don't have that talent means we've had to create our own, which has, I think, weakened NXT. And I think this is why 2.0 was a bit rocky. I think, you know, we shifted over to obviously where we are now with the current era, which is stronger, but none of this is stacking up or standing up to Black and Gold. I mean, Black and Gold is miles ahead of anything that has come since. And funnily enough, I genuinely believe Black and Gold died in about 2019. Controversially, you know, the pandemic was not great because we didn't have fans. Being in Full Sail without fans just felt very empty, very hollow. It wasn't hitting the same. We still had some great talent. There was like Candice and Mia Yim and Michin and whatever. And, there were still good people around, but it didn't feel the same. And, I think that's understandable. And then when we come out of the pandemic, 2020, 2021, we kind of go into that 2.0 phase. And that was just probably the worst point for NXT. So I think you can sort of make an argument that the pandemic and AEW kind of ended, the golden era, the black and gold run, NXT as we knew it, the takeover era. I just don't think if you relaunch those shows now that it would hit the same. The talent we've got is the talent we've got. You can put it in whatever combination you want. It's not going to hit that NXT level, that takeover level, which was so good. It was so high because the talent was so experienced. So, I don't know. You could make an argument that really should we be prioritizing the indie talent and really pushing them more than the next in line talent? And actually, would that give us better matches? Because believe it or not, we actually see some really good stuff in Evolve. And the reason why Evolve is not like just a dumpster fire, which I'm sure many people that don't watch Evolve probably think it is just a dumpster fire. Why would I want to watch the level below NXT? And the truth is that actually a lot of the indie talent that WWE sign, they perform in Evolve. And that indie talent knows what it's doing. So, we've been watching like Kendall Gray, Callie Armstrong. We've been watching, Dorian Van Dukes, Romeo, Sean Legacy. There's a lot of talent that competes on the indie circuit that goes to Evolve. So really, it's like watching an indie show. And, this talent, then, they know what to do. They're no strangers to, wrestling and having wrestling matches and being in different places, different opponents. So actually the quality of work in Evolve can be decent at times. Plus also you've got some people like Brooks Jensen, Nikita Lyons, Carmen Petrovich, Wendy Chu. You've got like people that for some reason hasn't worked out in NXT and they've gone down to Evolve. So you've got people that have got some NXT experience. You've got some indie experience. Yes, you've got some next in line talent. That can be a bit sketchy. But there's more than enough to make Evolve worth checking out. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of like reasons why NXT maybe doesn't hit the way that it used to hit. It's obviously facing some new challenges with a different landscape, but they've still been able to put on some really good shows. I think we can agree last year NXT was probably the best of the brands last year. So, they're still doing really good. I've seen loads of times where people say Sean's cooking, Sean should be running the main roster and all this kind of stuff. So there's a lot of appreciation for where we are right now. And obviously it helped having Oba and Trick and Javon and Fatal Influence and Stephanie and Julia and all of those talents. That was a big boost last year. And the TNA thing is a really good, partnership, although seems to have gone quiet in 2026, to be honest with you. We really don't do a great deal with it. We don't see loads of TNA talent coming over anymore. So I don't know what's going on there. But, last year was not too bad for NXT. This year, it's hard to get as excited because obviously it was a big call up that we just went through, and we are definitely in a rebuild, but the ratings are pretty good. So the big 9 locations for TakeOver were Toronto, Portland, New York, Philadelphia, Texas, New Orleans, Florida, Chicago, Detroit. Good crowds. Miguel said Lola Vice deserves to be called up to the main roster. I think she will. Yeah, I think she will. I don't think she's far off at all. Hello, Newcastle United, said Daze, you were like my childhood. I always used to watch your videos. Shout out to you, bud. I met you at Wrestling Shop in 2019. I was 14 then, and I'm 21 now. You're still an inspiration. Thank you, my friends. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you. Newcastle United for life. Shout out to you. Kind of crazy that met you 7 years ago now. So yeah, very, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, toy hunt videos, all of that. Love it. Obviously, things sort of changed during pandemic where we couldn't go out. So we had to find a different way of keeping the channel going. You know, if we couldn't have found a way of keeping the channel going, the channel could have gone. There was no way of doing toy hunts during that time period. So, you know, obviously priorities had to shift to survive. And as a result, you know, we built up this kind of streaming community. And as a result, you know, we were able to weather that storm, kind of come out of it, and, you know, things are in a decent place. So I think, like, it's very challenging to not only kind of have a YouTube channel that can find an audience, but also try and have a YouTube channel that can stay connected to an audience. And sometimes there is a bit of reinvention that's required. And I'm very grateful for everyone that joins us, everyone that enjoys what we do, whether you enjoyed the videos we did in the past, or you enjoyed the streams, or maybe you've enjoyed it all, or yeah, who knows what the future holds as well. I mean, I've not abandoned toy hunts, even though it feels like I have. I still do want to bring those onto the channel because they were always so successful and people always enjoyed them so much that it's kind of silly to have, you know, not done more with them. But I don't know, it's so hard because every day we do like member streams, and every day, like on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, I've got WEP on a Thursday, the SmackDown on a Friday. We always try and do something on a Saturday. I mean, it pretty much only leaves Sunday, and Sunday is my one day to get ready for the week, really. So it's just, I've kind of filled the time, really. So yeah, I appreciate you, buds, and appreciate the kind words. And who knows what the future will hold. I'm sure we can get back to toy videos, toy hunt videos. I would love to do that. Rapture said days for NXT to become a third brand. I think it needs to be in arenas. Crown Jewel hasn't been announced, but it does tend to be in October. The John Cena Classic could be a PLE in December. Yeah, I might disagree a little bit about the arenas. I don't think it matters. I don't think that would make it a third brand for me, because I think it's okay for your brands to feel different. I think it's okay for your shows to sort of feel different. Like, not everything has to look the same. So the question has to become, what's the most important thing? What's the essence of making the brands feel equal? And I think this is where the World Championships really play a big part. I think if you want all of them to feel equal, it's not really about, are you in arenas, are you in stadiums, you know, whatever. For me, it's more about, can you become a world champion on each of the brands? Because if Roman could be in NXT and still become a world champion, then that's a viable option, isn't it? Because and if those championships, you'd have to be able to be represented at WrestleMania as well. That might be another one. Because again, if you're Roman and you go to NXT, you know, that he could play in front of a small crowd. Obviously, if Roman and Becky and everyone was at the Performance Center, they could play in front of a crowd of 200. But those tickets are going to be really expensive. It's going to be a very different feel. It's not the kind of thing WWE would probably look to do. But I mean, you could charge, you know, good couple of dollars, you know, $300, $400. I mean, what a unique experience to see some of the biggest stars in WWE in such an intimate setting. And it would really make the show kind of stand out compared to the others. So, I don't know, arenas doesn't really tick the box for me. I think it's okay, actually, to have the brands feel a bit different. But yeah, you still want to be going to WrestleMania, don't you? You still want to be going to SummerSlam. You're still going to want to feature at the big PLEs. You're definitely still going to want to be competing for world championships. So that's why, for me, those would be like more important. In regards to Crown Jewel not being announced, I didn't think it had. So we'll have to see. It's interesting. I think we are still expecting another Saudi show, and it'll be a surprise if it's not Crown Jewel, because they've made such a big deal out of it. To abandon it already would be strange and interesting. And John Cena Classic in December. John has said that he's looking end of the year. I could see that being the replacement for Saturday night's main event. So I could see it being a case that the John Cena Classic is basically the same show as what we had last year, which was John Cena, thank you, goodbye. That was in December, about December 15th, I think, about that. And the undercard was all that, wasn't it? So, yeah, I agree. I think there is another. I think Saturday night's main event is December again. I could see it being that show again. John Cena being there and us kind of doing this big thing. I don't really care for it. I mean, I think it's fine, but it just is like a bit of a gimmick for a Saturday night's main event. It's nothing massive. It's just going to be, NXT talent taking on main. That'll be a fun thing to watch, but it ain't a big deal. So, yeah, I am surprised that like the John Cena thing gets brought up so much. People are interested in what's happening with it. But the truth is, I just don't think it matters. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It doesn't. It just strikes me as pretty much what we did last year. Just take the John Cena retirement out and put in another match instead. And that's what it's going to be. And of course, John will be like the host of it. And then at the end of the night, we find out who the fans voted for in regards to who put in the best performance. Doesn't matter if you won or if you lost. We're just going to find out who put it. I don't think it's a tournament. I've never thought it was a tournament. I've never understood. John Cena never used the word tournament, I rewatched his announcement. He never mentions the word tournament. So I think there was a lot of confusion around what he actually announced. But it's just going to be a night of singles matches in my mind. And then, we just get the fans to vote who they thought put in the best performance, which there's even question marks around that because, of course, a lot of that NXT talent is not going to have fan bases as big as the main roster talent. So who's going to, vote for the NXT talent? Yeah, they'll have some fans. But, I mean, if Roman's on the show, he's probably going to win the vote, regardless of however he performed. If Rhea's on, she's going to stand a good chance, So they've still got plenty that they need to work out with that, haven't they? I think it was a bit of an underwhelming announcement, honestly. I thought it was okay. I wasn't expecting it. The show sounds fine. It's certainly something I would watch, and I'm sure you could come up with some really great matches for it. But it wasn't the we're going to shake the business to its foundation type announcement. This is why we thought it was going to be more detail about Club WWE, and it was going to really dig into that, but no, it wasn't. I complain as a joke, says Corey. It's funny. Daze reads aloud. It's like a crazy random typing in my closet. He does it on purpose, says Corey. Corey, thank you. Appreciate it, buds. William said a lot of complaints are petty and they're just directed to Daze, to be honest, says William. Oh, are we complaining about complaining? Have we got complain inception? Let's go. What's the status on Unseen, said Kane. Are you still doing them or did they stop doing? Yeah, it's a good question. So I really do want to bring back the content onto the channel. Unseen would be probably the most likely thing to return. The reason why it's been a bit bumpy is because, well, to be perfectly truthful with you, there's been a big change. And the big change is that WWE are just pulling down so much content now. And actually, there was quite a few clips and quite a few things that we would show, be it like a fun botch or be it like, something that someone has spotted or whatever it might be. And a lot of that content is being pulled down now. There is a way of doing Unseens that's going to be just very news focused. And, you might be able to get some fun stuff out of like pictures or some banter online. I mean, there's still going to be those elements, but yeah, definitely about a month or two ago, there was a big change. And there was obviously a big conversation because reaction clips now are obviously struggling because if you use footage of WWE, they all get deleted. And it's just had this big knock-on effect. Obviously, the streams are not affected because we never use their kind of, content. We don't show the footage. We don't even play the audio. So, I mean, streams have been absolutely unaffected. But actually, other than just doing 10-minute, here's the news type videos, which there is maybe an audience for that, and we could do that. I mean, that's not, impossible, but I think people have always appreciated some of the fun, lighter side of stuff. Some of that is getting harder. That is harder now. So, I don't know. And the other thing as well, to be honest with you, is those videos have always done okay. Like, they've been okay, but I don't know. Are we missing a trick? Is there something else that I should be spending my time on? Because to be honest, the priority are the streams. They've always been the priority, yeah? I'm always here on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday for the Wrestling Escape Pod, Friday for SmackDown, blah, blah, blah. That's the priority, and we've kept those plates spinning. And then there's been challenges with Unseen. I think, do we do like news and we just round up the news for the day? Or is there something else that would be better received, more appreciated? Should I be spending my time on top 5s, top 10s? Is that the direction? I don't really want to be doing ranking videos because I feel like that's already being covered. I feel like I don't really have an appetite to do stuff that is already being done. And I do sort of feel like, I think WrestleLamia, WrestleVotes, I think they do a lot of news. So, like, is there much growth with news? Is there much need for news? Could we present it a different way? Perhaps it's like a 5-minute video, get in, get out, here's everything you need to know. Perhaps I don't share my thoughts on it. I just go, this happened, that happened, this happened, that happened. There's your debrief. Yeah, done. I don't know. I mean, there's so many options that actually what happens, and, I am a bit guilty of this, is that I just get, like, a bit, not overawed, but, like, it's hard to know what the right direction to take is, I'm quite good, actually, when it's like, this is what you got to do, go and do it. And so I just go and do it. But actually, like, this whole taking down of content, copyright content, and making it harder to use has resulted in me going, what's the right thing to do? And when you can't quite figure it out and you can't find the answer, you just sort of end up not doing anything. And that's obviously a problem. So, yeah, it's a conundrum, to be honest. It is tricky because I really, really do not want to start doing something and then stop it and start and stop and start and stop. I am someone that likes to have a schedule, and I'm someone that likes to do something and then stick to it. And I just got a few questions around Unseen. I got a few questions around, what does it look like? What content can I use? What's the right way forward? What's the most impactful way? Is it a good idea to keep it short? And then maybe I can even turn it into shorts. So not only is it a video, but perhaps I can get more shorts out of it. And maybe I should be thinking that way, because perhaps I need to restart that TikTok account. I need to start. I mean, so many people consume information through shorts now rather than videos, that has got to be an aspect, And I've never really done that for Unseens. I've only ever used shorts for reaction clips. So again, you start thinking, well, if I'm going to do something, I probably need to get shorts out of it. What does that look like? And before you know it, you're not doing anything because you're just mulling all this stuff over. So that's kind of what's happened to it. And that's been the barrier for it. And then, of course, I've had some personal stuff like, my dog passing away and everything. And that knocked me for six for a while. So, there is a few different things there. So I wouldn't say it's done, but I would say that there's thoughts happening. And I suppose I feel like we're in another evolution where the streams are fine. They're not going away. But what does that other content look like? I really like the breakdowns, mainly because they're not easy to do, because, to be honest, doing like a 4 or 5 hour stream and then having to do a half hour, 40-minute breakdown and then doing opinions video, you do feel it a bit after and you're like, whew, feel like I've done a bit of work there, right? But I do like them because people seem to like them. I always get pretty positive comments from them. People don't always agree with what I'm saying. That's fine. I don't need people to agree. I'm not looking for approval, right? I'm just looking to share some honest opinions, and that's all I can do, right? Is go, listen, this is how I saw it. That's why if people bring their opinions to the streams and I sort of go, nah, I don't see it that way, no one should take it personal. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I didn't see it that way, right? Because if I can't be honest, what's the point in doing this? Do you know what I mean? So I think people like the breakdowns because I think they hopefully know that there's no agenda. I'm just watching the shows and just being honest about what I see, and people don't have to agree. So I think there's, and also if you've missed the show, I think it's a pretty good way of sort of catching up. So I think the breakdowns are okay. Maybe they can be tweaked. Perhaps they can be a bit shorter. I do think they go on, but I don't know, it's hard. I talk and talk and talk, go through the slides, and before I know it's like 35, 40 minutes. So I always say to myself, try and get it down, get it below half an hour. I never do. So, yeah, I don't know. Hard, it's difficult. So Unseen is not dead. It's just, what does it look like? And, yeah. Once I've kind of got that figured out, then we can go. Do you know what I mean? And just day after day get back on it. 'Cause we were on it every day for years. So, but like, we weren't really seeing like any growth with the amount of people enjoying the videos. It always stuck at that 5,000-6,000 range, which, you know, the amount of work it took to compile the information, get it out there. You do kind of go, am I missing a trick here? Is there something else I should be spending my time on? I'll tell you something that I've always quite fancied doing, and I did try it for a little bit, but I don't know if it's worth going back to. I've always fancied going, hey, this is a 5-minute video on what Becky Lynch did in 2021. Here's a 5-minute video on what Rhea did in 2022. And actually just kind of going, here's 5 minutes. And do you know what? If you want to catch up on like Becky's career, or you want to know what she did in a certain year, I've got videos for it all. Do you know what I mean? I've always kind of fancied doing that because I don't think anyone else is doing it. And I can sort of see the value in it as well. Like if you get into wrestling now and you want to know what, God, Oba's amazing. What was he doing last year? I can do a video on that. Here's a video on what Oba did in 2025. Key matches. He was in NXT largely, but this is, you know, he was champ here and blah, blah. And I did do that. Years ago, I did that. I did shorts on it. They were quite popular, actually. I did one on LA Knight, which was pretty well received, where I covered his, I think, 2022. And it was, I think I managed to get it down to like 2 minutes of just what LA Knight did in 2022. So, I don't know, that's been kind of on my mind a little bit, because I can see the value in those, but I don't know, would that be better received than news? Maybe not. People love trending topics, don't they? They love talking about what's happening. Oh my God, people always want to know what's next. They always want to know what's next, what's the big talking point today. I'd imagine a lot of people join these 2 hours before because they want to talk about what's the news and what's happening. So there is still merit in that as well. Is there a way of doing both? Could I do a quick unseen, but also, you know, try and get out, probably not every day, but every couple of days, maybe a different video on, you know, I don't know. I don't know. But that's kind of where the hold-up has been, and that's been what's been going on. Do we think you need to change War Games to bring more viewers in, said Dean? Yeah, I do. I think War Games has run its course. So I think when they announced it yesterday, I was like, don't need it. I think you could come up with something. I mean, if you think since Vince has gone, we haven't really come up with anything new apart from WrestlePalooza. You know, we brought in War Games to Survivor Series. I think that was quite exciting. We were doing it in NXT anyway. I think that was fine for a couple of years. I think it made sense with Bloodline. Maybe it'll make sense this year with what we're doing, and perhaps they've got a good plan in place. But we have definitely done it in recent years where we didn't need it. And I suppose, you know, Royal Rumble is loved, but that's been around since the late 80s. WrestleMania is just a big show. SummerSlam's just a big show. Money in the Bank has been around now for a good 20-odd years. Elimination Chamber has been around for even longer, over 20 years, maybe coming up to 25 years. So I suppose you look at Survivor Series and you go, could you not come up with something new? Could you not come up with something different? I mean, what about a stadium stampede that's basically Falls Count Anywhere, and it's just elimination? So it's not two teams. It's everyone for themselves, fighting all over the arena. Elimination, we get down to the final two, and the winner gets a title opportunity. So it's like the Royal Rumble, where there's loads of people competing. You could have 20-odd people at the start, all around the arena, battling away. Trying to keep on top of it would be a nightmare, but I'm sure we could learn lessons from what AEW have done. And they're battling away, and it's elimination. You eliminate the people, submissions and all of that. It'd be difficult because you're going to need a load of referees, obviously, to kind of be around in the arena so that they can keep an eye on everything. And you're going to need a lot of camera shots, and, you know, perhaps 20 would be too many. Perhaps you've got to go 10. Perhaps 10 would be easier to manage. You know, if you've got 10, then you're probably going to have 5 lots of people battling, yeah? Because if you've got 10 people, then 2 people going against each other means you're going to have 5 sort of mini matches going on. So that would mean you would need like 5 referees. Well, we've got that. We got 5 referees. So you should be able to keep the refs kind of close to the action. So I don't know. I mean, look, Stadium Stampede, they found a way of keeping on top of what's happening. They found a way of, you know, making sure that if someone gets pinned, there's a ref always there. Obviously, it's all planned in advance, so you can make it work. But I don't know. Do you try that? Do you try that where it's like elimination and you get down to the final 2, and, you know, that probably is in the ring? Just something different. Survivor Series. What can you, you know, years ago, we did a video where we looked at various new match types. One of the other things I proposed was, you know, the ringside area, take the ring away. Take the ring away and keep the ringside area with the barricades and everything, and maybe just put a load of weapons in. And again, elimination. Perhaps you just have people come down, all battling away in that sort of area. And who knows? Maybe put a cage so you've got a bit of height. What if you put Hell in a Cell over, like, you know, a ring, but there's no ring? And you put a load of people inside with weapons, and it's just go crazy. Survivor Series. And that way you'll have a bit of height, because people can obviously climb up and leap off the side of the cage. What about trying that? What about something like that? Might be stupid. Elimination Stadium Stampede could be stupid. Doing a Hell in a Cell but taking the ring away, putting 10 people inside, could be stupid. I don't know, but let's try some stuff. Let's do some, like, there's got to be some new ideas that can be generated that I think could be more interesting and get more attention than what just doing war games again is going to be. You know, I'm so done with war games. I just don't need it. I feel like I've seen everything there is to see. And most of the time, it's just pretty underwhelming and feels very PG. And I mean, to be honest, I prefer AEW's Blood and Guts. I think they go much further. And I think War Games, you're meant to go further. It's meant to be something that has blood and, you know, people getting busted open. And, you know, it's meant to be quite vicious. And I just don't really feel like we get to those. I know we're PG, but yeah, not a fan. I think we could do something better. Fitz said every match needs multiple referees, but that assumes that the ref is getting tricked and distracted. Isn't a classic gimmick, says Fitz. Play into maybe the Survivor aspect with Iron Man matches and maybe even a gauntlet match, says Toby. Survivor Series should go back to Raw, SmackDown as well. Different teams. Helps build stars. Gives them breakout moments like Ziggler in 2014 being the sole survivor, says TJF. Rapturous said, Daze, maybe it's me, but the thing that will always hold War Games back being hyped is that it doesn't have a stipulation to create an opportunity for a wrestler. Yeah. That's that. I mean, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I do think that Survivor Series, I mean, if you think about Royal Rumble, the prize is you get to go to WrestleMania. You think about WrestleMania, it's just loads of, it's the big stage, isn't it, right? It's all championship matches. Then you got King of the Ring, Queen of the Ring, where the prize is you get to go to SummerSlam. That's definitely helped that feel bigger, in my opinion. SummerSlam is basically the WrestleMania of the summer. You get to Survivor Series and it's just a self-contained show. It doesn't connect to anything. It's just its own island, which, can be okay. But I don't know. I sort of agree with you. It's kind of seen as the blow-off of a feud. At the moment, it's two factions going into a War Games. But I've kind of said before, whoever wins, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't, it doesn't really end anything. Wrestling never really ends. So it's kind of like, I mean, I always felt with Raw and SmackDown, the issue with that was it didn't matter who won. If Raw wins like 6-0, it's like they're going to brag about it a little bit the next night. But something will happen on that show and we'll very quickly just move on from it anyway. The thing with Raw SmackDown is you're trying to make a rivalry that doesn't exist. No, I don't know that I've really met too many people in my life that are diehard Raw fans and don't watch SmackDown. I mean, maybe in like recent weeks, there's been a little bit of, well, Raw is so much better than SmackDown, but we still watch SmackDown. And it's not that we hate SmackDown. We just want it to be better because it's still WWE and we still love it. So trying to build a rivalry between Raw and SmackDown is very hard to do when none of us kind of root for Raw or SmackDown. Maybe you might root for them if there's a wrestler you really love and they're on the Raw team, so you want that to win, maybe. But, I mean, that never worked for me. I never felt that way. I never felt like I wanted Raw to win or SmackDown. I just didn't care. It didn't matter to me. I watch both shows. It's all WWE. I mean, it'd be completely different if it was maybe WWE against TNA. Certainly WWE against AEW. I mean, could you imagine that? Never going to happen, but could you imagine that? That would have been a really good way of doing WWF and WCW, like during the Invasion. War Games and or old school matches and doing it like that way. That would have been good. But yeah, I think the Raw SmackDown thing's a challenge because I think it's hard to get buy-in. If you go old school Survivor Series, it's Survivor Series matches, as we said. We did lots of different reasons for those. They can work. They can be good. We did those for years and years and years. But I agree. You don't necessarily get like much out of it in the sense of you can kind of have the show and then the next night we just sort of move on. There's not really anything long lasting that comes out of it, and I think there could be. You could have something where there is some long lasting that comes out of it, even if it is just a title opportunity. But I don't know. Some people would say that we've got enough of those already. You win the Rumble, you get a title opportunity. You win the Chamber, you get a title opportunity. You win King or Queen of the Ring, you get a title opportunity. Do we need Survivor Series to provide that as well? Or could it provide something different? And what would different look like? Don't know. What if you won and you was like guest GM for a show or something? Don't know. Don't love it. But again, is there a prize other than just a title opportunity that would have value? So, I mean, to be honest, we're kind of putting thought into it more than even WWE are. So I don't want to waste our time too much. I don't really, to be honest, I don't really go into fantasy booking too much because it is just a complete waste of time. There's not really much. I've never wanted to do like, I'm going to fantasy book this show and I'm going to fantasy book that. I don't really enjoy doing that because it's just a complete waste of time. I don't mind conversations about who do you think's going to win, where do you think it's going, and just briefly touching on that. But like really getting stuck into fantasy booking, I've never been a fan of it because I just think it's a waste of time. You're just wasting your time. It's probably not going to go that way. So I much rather kind of dig into how do we think this is going, why are they doing it, that kind of stuff. You know, I enjoy those conversations more personally because I don't think that's a waste of time as much. I think that there's kind of more that you can get from those conversations. So yeah, Survivor Series, should they replace War Games? Yes. Have we kind of chatted about some alternatives? Yes. Are they changing it? No. So, and there's, you know, they're certainly not changing it this year, and I don't even know if they're going to change it next year. So, I'd like for someone to kind of go in and come up with something better, though. Right, we've got 3 minutes to go. Wayne said, NXT main roster matches. If the NXT talent wins, they take the person's spot on the main roster, and the other person goes down to NXT. That's kind of interesting. The only problem would be I don't think you would want to put big names in. But if you didn't have something for Becky for a bit, she could lose to an NXT talent, go to NXT. I actually really like that. I do really like it. It would probably stop someone like Roman taking part, though, because I don't think they're going to obviously have Roman going to NXT. But do you remember not long ago, Becky spent a little bit of time in NXT? She had a run with the NXT Championship. And do you remember when New Day went down there and they had a little run with the NXT Championship? I mean, there is, you know, evidence on many occasions where we've had main roster talent go down. AJ Styles did a couple of bits down there, so... Again, how would you bring them back, though? Because I don't think you want that talent down there for, like, 12 months. You'd probably be okay with them being down there for a few months. There could be something to that, though. I really don't hate that idea. I really don't hate that idea. I think it would take a bit of work to make sure that you get everything aligned. Because you'd obviously need to have stuff ready for the NXT talent coming up, and you'd need stuff ready for the other talent going down. But, yeah, I mean, at least it would put a bit more meat and a bit more substance into those matches. And they'd be worth watching because people are changing brands. I'm honestly on board with that, Wayne. I'm on board with it. I'm on board with it. Right, we've got a minute to go. A minute to go. WWE relegation, says Doug Dilly, yeah. Relegation and also promotion. But, yeah, I'm not down with that. You go back to NXT. Thing is, though, we know that, you know, those people are going to find their way back to the main roster eventually. They're only there temporarily. I don't know how you'd get out of it, but, I mean, it's a good starting point. You either survive or you get demoted. Are you thinking about doing that at Survivor Series then, G Doggy Dog? Is that why you've used the word survive? It's interesting. I think it's got a few creative juices flowing, hasn't it? Right, we got 12 seconds to go. Let's see what NXT looks like. I feel like it's been a while since we did the preview, but the preview looks okay. We've kind of been getting stuck into a few different topics there. But, I mean, this is why we start early, because we like to get stuck into a few different things. Okay, here we go then. NXT. This event is about to begin. Okay. Rumor has it the Rumble could be going 2 nights, says Robbie. Don't hate it, personally. I think the 2 Rumbles kind of having a bit more room to breathe. I do feel a bit sorry for the women. They always tend to open the Rumble show and then get a bit overshadowed by the men who tend to close it. So actually giving a bit more room for the 2 Rumbles to breathe, making a bigger weekend out of it, getting some more undercard matches on. Don't mind. Don't mind. I think that one feels now. I don't really mind it for those 3 events: SummerSlam, WrestleMania, Royal Rumble. I mean, they're undeniably the big 3. I don't feel a need to do it for Survivor Series. War Games is just not that interesting to me. I don't really feel a need to do it for Money in the Bank, but Money in the Bank might be the next one if they were to do a 4th. They might want to do it Survivor Series, but I just don't think War Games is interesting enough. I think Money in the Bank would be the 4th one if they were to do it for a 4th one. But I think Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, I wouldn't have too many complaints about going to a weekend. I wouldn't have any complaints, actually. Okay, here we go. We got Vanity Projects. Money in the Bank's being considered, said Robbie. That one feels a little... I mean, Money in the Bank's not Royal Rumble level, is it? I mean, Royal Rumble is the most watched show that they do. Oh, what's Lillian doing? Why is Lillian here? Lillian Garcia's on the... Did we know she was on the show? I didn't know she was on the show. Lillian? Right, I think this is going to be tag team title match. Yeah. So we have got, we are definitely rid of the swipe right name, which is a real shame. So Dorian Van Dukes, Sean Legacy taking on the Vanity Projects, formerly known as Swipe Right, which I think is a real shame that we got rid of Swipe Right, but you know. Here's Dorian Van Dukes. There's a lot of excitement about Dorian Van Dukes. Lillian? Okay, here's Sean Legacy. They're making their way down. Let's go into the chat, shall we? Who do you think's going to emerge victorious in this one? Who wins? Is it Vanity Projects? Or is it DVD and Sean Legacy? Oh, yeah, man. Booker on fine form. We haven't had Booker in a little while, have we? It feels a little different having it. Listen, hearing him, I think we've been getting, like... Then we had a bit of, like, Wade Barrett. Maybe a bit of Corey. Oh, what's going on? KFC popcorn chicken on the ring. What the hell? What's going on this week? We've got Lillian and we've got sponsors in the ring for KFC popcorn chicken. Roll through, going over 1, 2, no joy. I always remember trying that for the first time and being really disappointed. Because I really thought it had bits of popcorn in it. And I was like, that's good, isn't it? Chicken with, like, you know, maybe like a bit of popcorn in the coating. I was like, that's interesting. Someone's had a good idea there. But it's not that at all. They're just in little popcorn-sized bites. That's it. It's only the size of it. It's false advertising. That's basically what it is. KFC, false advertising. Oof, down DVD, going for the cover. KFC was on Raw as well, said TJF. Must be like a company-wide sponsorship, mustn't it? But it's very rare to see it in NXT. It's very rare to see Lillian in NXT. King Yeti said, Dorian's music sounds like Shark Tank's music. Dropkick there by DVD. Well, just a 1 count. Right now, working on the arm. In comes Sean Legacy. Comes down on the arm of Brad Baylor. I like both of these teams. Knee coming into the midsection. Chop coming in there by Brad's. Kicks coming in there by Ricky Smokes. Ricky Smokes is in. There's a chop coming in there by Sean Legacy to Brad Baylor. Back elbow there by Legacy. Legacy going over against the ropes. Over the other side, shoulder tackle. He's trying to grab the arm. Tag being made. In comes Brad Baylor. Smokes goes into Baylor. Smokes, slam down. Picks up. Baylor slams him down as well. Tag being made. Here's DVD. Leg drop. Yeah, Dorian Van Dukes looking so good. Do you know what? In our poll, it's a little bit close at the moment. Little bit close. Keep getting your votes in. Which way do you think this is going to go as Sean Legacy goes against the ropes? Big boot. Yeah, standing moonsault. We're cooking a little bit here, you know. We're cooking a little bit here. Jackson Drake on the outside. Mika doesn't really say much at all, does she? She very, very rarely speaks. Legacy chants breaking out. Chop coming in there by Legacy. Over in the corner. Chop misses. Chop misses. Chop lands there by Legacy. Ricky Smokes goes down. Legacy working on the arm. Smokes in the middle. Legacy against the ropes. Charging in over the top to the outsides. Top rope Enziguri. Baylor goes to the outsides. Legacy is getting launched. Okay, we've seen that from LWO. We see that with... Who do we see that with? Wild and Del Toro, isn't it? It's the rocket launcher. So they launch like that and we get like a really, like a good distance. This one was more like a moonsault. I don't think it worked as well. They're trying to get like, I think, height on this one more than distance because it's a moonsault. It was okay. It was worth trying. I think it can look a bit better in the future. I'd like to see it again, actually. This one, because I was expecting distance, but it's not what he's going for. Because he's looking for a moonsault. So I think he's looking more for height. Innovative is the word I'm going to use. Very similar, though, to something we have seen from Wild and Del Toro. There's, Lockwood, Mika. Distracting. Restaurant said no one would put popcorn bits in a crust of a chicken. If anyone does, you're a sociopath. I don't know. I kind of thought that it might give it some extra crunch. And I kind of thought that was when I first saw it on the scene, right? I mean, we're talking years and years and years ago. I don't think it's the craziest thing to think when a product is called popcorn chicken, you kind of feel like it's going to be a mixture of popcorn and chicken. So that was my first thought. And I was interested to try it. And then when I tried it, it was just chicken, but just smaller. And I was like, how's this special? This doesn't strike me as special. And it wasn't. And I've never had it since. out of anger. But I think you could put bits of popcorn, not whole bits, just bits of popcorn in to give it some extra crunch. Don't be a hater until you've tried it, because I believe in it. I'm going to open my own restaurant. I'm going to do it. It's going to take over the world. I'm going to call it Real Popcorn Chicken. Honest to God, this is actually popcorn chicken. Probably, would I go unflavoured? Yeah, I probably would. I mean, I don't think you want any flavouring on the popcorn. It's only there to provide a bit of crunch. But I still feel like there's something in it, you know. Still feel like there's something in it. Can't be that crazy. Peanut butter and jelly go together, don't they? Beans and toast go together. There's some wonderful combinations in the world. Keenan and Kel. Oof. Knee coming into the back, headlock in. Daze, WWE Vault have uploaded a rare Bruno match from 86. 86. Well, he faced Macho Man that year. I heard rumours he might have faced Roddy. I've seen a few bits from him in 86. Do you know when he retired and Vince said, look, I'll really get behind pushing your son, David, if you come back, work a few matches for me. So that it was part of the deal of like David getting a push was that Bruno had to still be working in the 80s. I mean, at that point, I think he's in his 50s. I mean, he was like champ in the 60s, 63, going through to like 70. And then again, carries it in the 70s. And then he's still doing stuff in the mid 80s. 80s, mental. Mental. But it was all to, you know, help his son, apparently. Worth a watch that. I'll definitely check it out. I might have seen it already. I'm not sure. I've seen a few bits from 86. Roll through there by Sean Legacy. Restaurant said, I wish I could have seen your face when you ate that first one. It was one of confusion and disappointment, honestly. Sometimes the customers dream bigger than the companies. On the feet, Sean Legacy goes back in the corner. Over comes Ricky Smokes, Brad Baylor charging in. We're still going a million miles an hour here on this, you know. Dorian Van Dukes is in. Big crossbody. We're going to end the poll. Whoa, big back body drop. Dorian Van Dukes chucking people around. Look at that. Lovely. Like Frankensteiner. Ah. I do love that. I love when they mess with the one. Land with the seconds. I also like Dorian Van Dukes' ring gear. The white and black looks really good. Vanity Project, 60-odd%. Van Dukes and Sean Legacy, 39%. DVD, 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 DVD. We got DVD chance. DVD is up. No joy. Back elbow coming in from Brad. DVD has grabbed him. Tag being made. Oh, he's over against the ropes. Ricky Smokes. Ah. Yeah, this is not looking good now. 1, 2. Oh, Legacy makes the save. Legacy makes the save. They're still alive. Everyone's down. I think the fans are appreciative of it. Yeah, there we go. This is awesome, chance. They are appreciative. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is how we're starting the night. This is awesome. Over in the corner, we got Brad Baylor crashing in to Ricky. Ricky goes down. Looking for a big superplex. Oh, my God. Get it. Got it. Mate, Ricky's in big trouble. He's in big trouble. He's up. Big splash. Sean Legacy. 1, 2. Ah, Brad Baylor makes the save. Brad Baylor makes the save. Mate, cooking. They're cooking. This is more exciting than biting into some popcorn chicken only to find out that it is actually popcorn and chicken. That's how exciting this is. It's that level exciting. Sean Legacy over against the ropes. Ricky Smokes is down. We knew that both of these teams were great teams. We knew this. The streets were saying it. We were saying it. Roll up there by Ricky. You ain't going to win it that way, mate. Not a banger like this. It's going to take more than that. Tag being made. Brad Baylor is... Oh, Spanish fly. Spanish fly. Dorian planting down Brad's. Sean Legacy and DVD both going with suicide dives. Everyone goes down on the outsides. Everyone goes down on the outside. Legacy back in the ring. Against the ropes. Big air. Down goes Vanity Project. Oh, Jackson Drake trying to distract. Now we've got Mika getting involved. Yeah, this numbers game is swinging it in Vanity Project's direction. Brad Baylor getting in. It feels like the beginning of the end here, guys. It feels like it's over. The numbers game. It's the numbers game. If it wasn't for the numbers, we would have new champs, but Mika getting involved. Jackson Drake getting involved. And the end result is that the Vanity Project retain. It is what you expected. But very, very fun match. Let's see what you thought of it, though. How high did you think of it? I lift weights and men. I need that shirt. Okay, we got Tavian and we got Miles. They were watching backstage. Boo, said Jeremy. AB said that match cooked. RVD should pass the torch and allow DVD to do the thumb point emote. DVD. Yes. Ian, I'm with you. Here's Cam Hendricks. Things never get better when he's around. Okay, so Cam Hendricks is stepping up to Miles. Apparently Cam Hendricks is at 82 point something%. Smile on Miles's place. Does that chick ever wrestle, said Spawny Boy. I think she's been doing some stuff on the house shows. But to be honest, I think she's still limited. I don't think she's quite ready to get in there. I mean, she could probably truck some girls around. She could do that. I'd imagine they really like the look, and I'd imagine they're working quite extensively with her behind the scenes. ELP does a similar emote to RVD in New Japan. He must have seeked out approval. I'm sure if DVD did it, that it would be a good shot, said Alex. Right, we are at, I think, commercial break. We've just got Unreal being advertised right now. Really fun match. I'm expecting that to get a great rating, but you do you. Yeah, you do you. No one's telling you what to vote. I'm just expecting it to get to that level. So, because it was fun, it was fast-paced, there was loads of great action. I think the tag division's in pretty good health because, to be honest, Hank and Tank, we've seen some good performances from them previously. They could, you know, kind of match that energy. I think Romeo and Noam Dar are looking like they could also match that energy. So, you know, an OTM, they maybe wouldn't be putting on a banger and that kind of speed, but they bring just something a little bit different. They're, you know, bigger, bring a bit of power. I think the tag division's not too bad at the moment. We are just seeing Unreal. We've just got an advert for that right now. Vanity Project really getting on my nerves, said Suzanne. Suzanne, shout out to you. Laxo said, are we excited for Saturday night's main event? We are. I don't want to paint a picture that's not true. We are. Very grateful having a show that we can do on a Saturday that's wrestling, that's main roster. So that's good. But I don't think it's the strongest cards. I do like the Bayley Lyra edition. I'm kind of into that feuds. So that's good. But I think in regards to, I don't know, like Sammy and Gunther against Cody and CM Punk, it feels a bit pointless to me. And it just feels like we're doing it to get them on the show. We already know where we're going, of course, at SummerSlam. So there's not really much to be achieved. But, you know, I'll be interested to see what happens with Gunther. Sammy, is someone going to pin CM Punk? Will that get them a title opportunity in the future? There's maybe the odd thing to kind of keep an eye on. Will Sammy just snap and completely turn heel? So, I mean, there's a few things to keep an eye on. The women's tag match just sort of feels like we've seen it, you know, it could take place on SmackDown. Fine, whatever. And I can't even remember the other match. I think there was 4, wasn't there, that was announced. So, yeah, I'm kind of into Bayley Lyra probably the most. So, yeah, you know, I'm just grateful to have something to, you know, be watching this weekend with people. So, not down on that. I don't think it's PLE feelings. It's certainly not SummerSlam feelings. But, yeah, fine. What's Roman going to do at Saturday night's main event with Jalen Brunson? Again, I think it's just a way of getting them on the show. We took old Hall of Famers. I voted Flame Fist. AB, shout out to you. Isn't Hendrix with Maxine Dupree? I believe so. I believe they are together. In real life, of course. In kayfabe, she's with Theory. Are we watching AAA after Saturday night's main events? No, I don't think so. I've tried to make it very clear that we just cannot commit to AAA on a weekly basis. So AAA is kind of there when there's nothing else on. But this weekend, we've got Saturday night's main event. And the reason why we can't really commit to doing both is because as soon as Saturday night's main event ends, I need to do the breakdown. I need to do the opinions video. I don't know if there'll be any little reaction clips that go out, but, you know, all of that is the priority. And then, you know, I mean, depending on what time it is and where we are, maybe, you know, if there's time, we can squeeze it in. But I don't think so. Because I think it pretty much immediately follows it. So I've always been very clear that like AAA is just not a priority. Saturday is a bad day for AAA. I wish it was on a Thursday. We could do it on a Thursday. We could do it on probably a Wednesday. We could do it on a Sunday. But like on a Saturday, I mean, you know, you've got SummerSlam coming up. I mean, we won't be able to fit it in then. I don't think we'll be able to fit it in this weekend. We couldn't fit it in weekend just gone because of UFC. So no, that's always going to be a show that we'll maybe get to once a month or something like that. Okay, we got Saquon and we got OTM. You made your bed, now lay in it. Okay, Birthright have arrived, so we've come back from commercial break. Did Bronco let you know before he ran to AAA without you? So we're just planting a bit of deception here. Birthright and OTM. We're all family here, says Lexis. But maybe that's something you've never had, Lucian. Okay, well, there we go. I mean, it is a good point. It is weird seeing just one member of OTM being in that new group in AAA rather than both. Right now we got Tristan Angels. He's already in the ring. Okay, he's wearing one glove. He's got his... he's got a microphone. He's got his Mr. England, I want to say sash. I don't know if it's more a scarf, actually. Lexis is a character I just think needs to get figured out. Is it the cane? Why the cowboy getup? Is he trying to be the Godfather? What's he doing, said Alex. Ian said, this sounds selfish, but our community can catch AAA later together on the Thursday. I don't see spoilers for it usually, so watching it together later could still work, maybe, says Ian. I don't know, to be honest. I think that's difficult. I think people want to always watch it when it airs, when it's live, don't they? Okay, Tristan has got Shiloh's tooth. I am struggling with this feud. I've not been enjoying it, if I'm going to be honest. I'm sure there are people out there that are, though. He's getting out the ring. I think, is he going to look to destroy it? Yeah, he's putting it on the steps. And he is stomping on it. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, Shiloh. Well, I mean, he's certainly committed to it. That's what he said, I think, when we were under the ring, the fog is coming. And now he's just like shouting, the fog is coming, the fog is coming, in like a crazed manner. Are we trying to go down a supernatural path for him? Is that where we're trying to go? I don't know. I ain't sold on it. It doesn't do it for me. We got a lot of squabbling backstage right now. It's going to be a fatal four-way match for the North American Championship. I don't know when we're doing that match, though. So we got... Hang on, I'm all confused. I was still trying to get my head around the fog is coming, the fog is coming. Okay, Tate Wilder has made his way down, so we're actually going to go to Tate Wilder next. Right, we're just hearing Tate Wilder. We got a little video thing. Tate Wilder's start to his theme makes me laugh every time with the wild ride in that deep-ass accent. It cracks me up, said Alex. Do you know, we've just gone from Tristan breaking the tooth to Shiloh going, fog is coming, fog is coming. Not just saying it, but like, not even in like a dark, whispered way, but in a, you know, more aggressive, kind of like screaming it out, manic way. I can't even get my head around that. But apparently Zaria's now going to defend her belt against Izzy, Lizzie, Nikita in a fatal four-way. So we found out what's happening with the Layla replacement. It is going to be... I thought it was a fatal four-way #1 contender, but no, it's the actual match. Okay, Naraku's coming down. So Zaria, Izzy, Lizzie, and Nikita. We just saw Layla as well, her arm in a sling. So, right, where are we? Half an hour in. Crazy show. Bonkers match to open things up with. Now we've got Naraku making his way down to the ring. He's going to be taking on Tate Wilder. We've had a bit of a crazy Shiloh Tate moment. And we've had a pretty big announcement as to what we're doing with Zaria. Tate ain't beating Naraku, said Word Life Seen a fan. Felt a bit like a panto, said Opala. Hello, Opala. Rapture said, what about if Elimination Chamber became 2 nights? Survivor Series could benefit from doing something like Deadline, where the winner gets an opportunity at the start of next year or end of next year. I mean, I think that is one of the criticisms, is that Survivor Series doesn't really, you know, lead to anything past Survivor Series. So, title opportunity you could do. We were having a conversation earlier about how there's a lot of title opportunities. Is that good enough? Is that what people would be looking for? It's probably the most obvious thing to do. We've spoke before about, you know, a battle royal and stuff like that. You know, you could do traditional Survivor matches. Everyone that survives goes into a battle royal at the end of the night. We've had that kind of conversation. Winner gets a title opportunity. Yeah, you can find a way of doing it. It could be that you get the title match at the Rumble event, couldn't it? Could be that you get a title match, as you said, early January. Slam down there by Tate. Drop kick. To the outside goes Naraku. Tate Wilder. He's worth a watch, is Tate Wilder, actually. He tried to go through the ropes. Gets caught. Right now, Naraku with Tate Wilder. He's got him in the ring. Wilder stomping down on the back there of Naraku. As we're just about to go to commercial break. I think we'll stay with the action, though. We do tend to when the matches are on. The Wyatt Six are coming with Shiloh. Please let that happen, said Bruce. I couldn't care less about Shiloh. He just isn't doing it for me, says Wrestle Rants. Alex said Naraku is bringing out his inner Naito there. Opula said they should do mystical stuff. They tried with Wendy Chu and Wyatt Six and Uncle Howdy. WWE isn't what it was back in the day with Boogeyman, Undertaker, Kane, Umaga, etc. Robbie said, if I was Zaria, I would be livid about having to defend in a fatal four-way. What did she do to her? I think that's a good point, Robbie, to be honest. Good point. What did she do to deserve that? It is just punishment, isn't it? For no reason whatsoever. If anything, it's bad GM-ship because, I mean, basically you're saying that you haven't figured out how to find a #1 contender or whatever. And instead you're just going to put everyone into one big match. So you know, it's a bit lazy. You could have had someone compete for the title, then someone go for it next week or something along those lines, you know. Just going, right, we'll put everyone into a match is just a bit like, I don't know what to do. I think it makes the GM look poor. Naraku gets in the ring. Naraku looking for a German there on Tate. Tate going for a ride. Shoulder up. Naraku, smile on his face, but he is holding his back a little bit. Crowd are chanting, let's go, Tate. Naraku with a net breaker. Tate goes down. Naraku going for a cover and shoulder up there by Tate. Shots coming in there by Naraku. He's keeping Tate grounded at the moment. We've got 1 minute 30 left. He's got Tate over by the ropes. He's kind of choking him out at the moment. Tate is down. Naraku coming over, grabbing him, trying to get him back up to his feet. Fisherman suplex. Gets it. Oppola said, what do we think about Mystic-style wrestlers? Could it be done in this day and age? Well, I think it can be done if the whole company commits to it. But I think it's difficult in this day and age because it's not to everyone's taste, is it, to be honest? Not everyone connects with it. And I think back in the day, you could operate in a grey area and you didn't have social media and all of that kind of stuff. So, I mean, there was people genuinely not knowing if Undertaker was, dead and all this kind of stuff. I mean, like, it's so strange. But it's weird, isn't it, how when people are kind of left to their own thoughts, what they think. And I think because of social media, people are just not left to their own thoughts anymore. People can be influenced a lot more now. So, like, if the general consensus online is, this is stupid, this sucks, it's very different to how it was back in the day. Back in the day, you didn't have all those voices of people going, this is rubbish, this sucks, this is cringe, if you like this, it's embarrassing. And, people get influenced by that stuff. So it makes it a lot harder for that stuff to land and connect. It makes it a lot harder for that stuff to gain traction and for it to be seen as cool when you've got loads of people telling you it's not cool. So I think it's harder now with social media for that stuff to work. I'm not going to say it can't work, but I just think that if you can keep it in a grey area, if you can sort of keep it where... Because Undertaker, when he first came in, was in a grey area. I mean, he just slowly walked down to the ring. There was a lot of, who is this guy? What is this guy? The whole power of the urn, what was that about? I mean, was he just going to sit up anyway? Was it all mind games? Even the commentators would talk about how The Undertaker would play mind games with his opponent and everything. So, those early years of The Undertaker, there was a lot of mystery. And there was a lot of, who is this guy? What is this guy? So I think that, and like with Bray as well, don't forget when The Fiend was first introduced, he was introduced as Bray's darkness that Bray had learnt to control. He wasn't actually presented as like a mythical being. When he was first introduced, it was Bray's darkness all brought into one essence that he had learnt to lock away, and he could unlock it if he needed to. And I think, like, you can maybe operate in those areas, but I don't know. I don't know. That's why, like, I'm looking at this Shiloh thing. Like, I wonder where this is going. I think it's very easy to get wrong. I think you got to be a really, really special performer to pull it off. I think you got to give props to, Alexa, Bray, Undertaker, Kane. I mean, they managed to deliver those characters that they had as best as you probably could, to be honest. And they got the results. But I don't know. Is Shiloh good enough to be able to deliver a character like that? Keep it in a credible area? Maybe some people will be like, doesn't matter if you keep it credible. Some people will like it. Some people will hate it. Just go down those roads, you know. If people hate it, they hate it. What I do know, though, is Triple H is not a fan of that stuff. So it wouldn't really make much sense for NXT to be producing supernatural characters for them to then go to the main roster and just not get used that way. Triple H does not care for that. So it doesn't really make sense for NXT to produce those characters. Bray doing such a dedicated person to his character and him being such a good actor, that's what made Bray and his character work, said Oppola. Yeah, he was special. He was very special. And that was a world that he built as well, so no one cared about it more than him. You know, he was fully invested. He knew how to play it. If anything, it was Vince that was getting in his way. So, you know, I don't know if Shiloh's bringing in a new entity, because I don't know where this is going, but if Shiloh brings in a new entity, is he going to have the freedom? Has he even got the character work, the ability to deliver it the way Bray could? I'll be interested to see what happens with it. Naraku manages to pick up the victory. Probably no surprise there, to be honest. Kind of expected him to be able to get the job done, but Tony jumps in. Tony attacking Naraku. Okay, you lot said that first match was great. 54. Okay, they're talking about the mist and they're talking about the fire, and we've got one of the guards has been misted. Well, we've left that. There's all chaos breaking out between Tony and Naraku, but we've abandoned it. Because apparently the Fatal 4-Way for Zaria is next. Okay, get your match score in. What do you think about the match? Okay, so Naraku picks up the win, and immediately down to the ring we actually get Tony. Just got a little video package right now for Triple A. Who's Lizzie Rain, says Oppola. Oh, she's been in for a little while. It's pretty good. It's pretty fun. It's all about rock and roll. I'm Lizzie Rain. That's how she talks. Rock and roll is never gonna die. Daze, I wonder if we'll see EK tonight. I think they've made the 4-way to have Nikita take the pin, as it's unlikely anyone in NXT would challenge her for the Evolve title, says Rapturous. EK Prosper, I don't know. I haven't seen him on the official preview, of course. The booker gets more unintelligible as time goes by. Get Big E in his place, said V85. V85 not feeling booker. Okay, we are at commercial break, and right now we've just got an advert for WWE Unreal. So that's where we are at the moment. When we come back, we've got a fatal 4-way for the championship. Why is this commercial so loud, said Dr. Luchalala. Oh, I've took my headphones up, although it is quite loud coming out of my headphones. So it does sound quite loud, actually. Okay, I think we're probably thinking that it's just going to be champ retaining, yeah? The fact that we weren't doing this match anyway, and it was meant to be Layla Diggs, makes me think they've got no plans for a new champion here. So I'm guessing champ just retains. Big E on NXT commentary with Vic. That would be some good shiz, says Alex. Word Live said, Daze, if WWE paid you to receive a frog splash from Bronson, how much would you do it for? Dunno. Depends what they offer. I'd want to see what the opening offer was and then take it from there. I mean, I can't imagine it would be fun, Because if he's splashing down on you, he's he's got a decent size to him, hasn't he? So I mean, some people would take it for nothing out because like it would be an honor. I do not feel that way, right? There is no desire that I've got to like receive a splash. I think that's gonna hurt. I think it's a pain that you could probably tolerate. Do you know what I mean? I think it'd be a big difference taking a splash from Bronson compared to, say, a bonsai drop from Yokozuna. I mean, those bonsai drops from Yokozuna just look horrific. Some of them look horrific. I don't think the splash is going to be as bad. So I don't think it needs to be a crazy high price. But it would be in the thousands. Would you take a spear from Braun? Yeah, I mean, again, it's going to be a bit of pain, short-term pain, isn't it? I don't know that you're going to break ribs. You might do, but I don't think you're going to. So I think you're going to get bundled over. I think you're probably going to get a bit grazed. It's definitely going to take the wind out of you, but it should be something that you can recover from fairly quickly. So, again, I wouldn't be thinking millions. I mean, there'll come a point where WWE will be like, no, we're not paying that. So, I mean, you're going to have to be reasonable, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, like 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, I don't know, where that to them is nothing. Do you know what I mean? But there'll come a point where they'll be like, it's not worth it. We weren't thinking 50,000. It's not worth it. So then you're like, well, I don't know. If they say no to 50, but I don't know, 40? Would they take 40? I mean, I don't know, because I just don't know what they'd be offering. If they start at 100,000, you'd be like, yeah, I'd do it for 100,000. Yeah, of course I would. I mean, a spear. You're gonna have the wind knocked out of you for a bit, but 100,000? Have we lost our minds? Who's turning that down? 50,000? I mean, but like if it was like 100 quid, I don't need it. Do you know what I mean? I don't need it. 100 quid's not going to change my life that drastically. I'm okay for like food and water and electricity. Do you know what I mean? The channel does okay where those things are covered. 100 quid ain't going to really change my life. So, no, I'm not interested. So, yeah, it'd be thousands. But at some point, WWE would be like, no, it's not worth it for us. And I could understand that. Okay, we got Saquon. I don't like Dark State. You don't like Dark State. Saquon's trying to get some friends here. Yeah, you can say that you've changed all you want, but we need to see it in your actions. It's not working. He tried to... he even tried to honk, and there was no honk. Here's Izzy. Got a sign in the crowd for Big Cat Keeter. Okay. Women's North American Fatal 4-Way. This could be fun. I mean, I know it's a bit silly. I agree. She was meant to have a singles match. Now Zaria's in this match. Doesn't really make a great deal of sense, but could still be fun. Nikita's in the ring already. Here we go! My name is Lizzie Rain. Days on 2K25. I've created over 100 wrestlers, world titles, tag titles, mid cards. I'm fully invested. Very good. I put a lot of time into... I mean, I didn't do that, but I put a lot of time into 2008. And, any kind of superstars that were missing, I tried to find them in community creations and, did all that. I didn't go to those extremes. But it's good. Those games are fun, and the more you put into them, the more you get out of them as well. I just never seem to be able to find the time, to be honest, but I bet it's good. Here's Lizzie. Popcorn chicken meter, says Jeremy. What, for the excitement of Lizzie? She's pretty excited. She's definitely a girl that's ordered popcorn chicken and found some popcorn. Definitely. She's hyped. She's always hyped. Someone that's not hyped, but certainly a problem. Zaria. I do much prefer this presentation of her. I still think she needs to be murking a few girls, though. Still doesn't feel like she murks enough people. I don't expect her to really murk too many people in this match, but... Zaria making her way down. She's kind of smiling away. She's feeling quite confident. Zaria then coming down to the ring. We got Izzy, we got Nikita, we got Lizzie. Popcorn chicken is delish. Their mashed potatoes and gravy is better, though, said Dr. Lala. Daze, did you quit the toy hunt, says Miguel. I didn't really quit the toy hunts. It wasn't a case of quitting them. It was just that the priorities of the channel had to change because during the pandemic, you know, all the shops were closed. So in order for the channel to survive, we had to really, you know, go double down on the streams. And, I mean, it's just hard to kind of, you know, find the time now. Back in 2018, 2019, I used to do, I think it was a Monday, Tuesday, Friday. There was no Wrestling Escape Pod. There was no member streams. There was no Evolve. So, I mean, I had a couple of days to kind of do whatever. Who knows? I mean, maybe we need to get back to that. Perhaps I need to reduce the members stuff and maybe reduce the... not do Evolve and, you know, I don't know. Perhaps that buys me the time to do toy hunts and edit them and, you know, whatever. But it's just, yeah, really hard to fit it in with kind of where the channel is now, so. Right now we got roll up there by Izzy on Lizzie. There, whoa, big boot there by Nikita. That looked good. Round the back we got... oh, no, Joy. We're going to end the poll so we don't get too confused. This was the Naraku match. So, match number 2, Naraku against Tate. Nice backbreaker by Izzy. You lot said it was good 94. Oh, no. Good 96. Good 96 for Naraku against Tate. And the tag match was great 54. So this is match number 3, as we're actually coming towards the end of the first hour. Shot coming in there by Lizzie. Clothesline. Round the back goes Zaria. Lizzie goes over against the ropes. Headbutt coming in. Big headbutt. Down goes Lizzie. We got Izzy in the corner. Zaria charging over with a back elbow. Going over the other side, colliding into Nikita, who's kind of half out the ring at the moment. Down goes Zaria. Big boot there by Izzy. Suplex. Clothesline by Zaria. Got bodies kind of everywhere at the moment with Zaria over in one corner, Izzy in the other, Nikita in the other, Lizzie in the other. They're all back in a different corner. They're all down. They're all using the ropes to get back up to their feet. Lizzie goes over to Nikita. Izzy goes over to Zaria. They're all unloading on each other at the moment, battling away. I think this is going to take us to commercial break, and it does. So we go to commercial break. Right now we got out the ring goes Lizzie. We got Nikita driving her shoulder into the midsection. So we... Oh, you could hear Vic. Vic says when we come back... not now, but when we come back, we're going to do that one thing. That's what Vic just said. So we just heard something from Vic Joseph that we shouldn't have heard. Did he think that he had the mute button pushed or something? He said, when we come back, not now, but when we come back, we're going to do that one thing. Interesting. Little bit of a production moment there. He's going to get fired, said Wayne. He's going to get fired. V85 said, now I'm intrigued. What's that one thing? I don't know. What is that one thing? Just shows, doesn't it, that they do have like some bits that are sort of pre-planned. When we come back, we're going to do that one thing. What is that one? I'm like you. What is that one? Well, if something happens now, we're all going to go, it's that. It's that. That's that one thing. Right now, we've got double submission at the moment. Got a Dragon Sleeper by Zaria. Got, yeah, Nikita with a bit of a camel clutch. Zaria charging over, but they get out of that. Yeah, as soon as we come back, we're all going to be listening out to what Vic Joseph is doing. We got that in the corner. Got a bit of a hangman choke. There we go, another one. Zaria in the corner, picking up Izzy. Oh, headbutt coming in there by Lizzie. Lizzie is climbing up. Lizzie looking out at the crowds. Over goes Zaria. Going for the cover. 1, 2. No joy. Oh, I think Lizzie. She was going for a pin. Izzy sort of kicked out. I think she accidentally kind of caught Izzy in the head. Referee just coming over and checking. I think she just got clipped on the chin, you know. Yeah, she is like that. I think it was as Zaria was kicking out. She catches Izzy Dame as Lizzie Rain was pinning her. It's a flipping nightmare having Izzy Dame, Lizzie Rain. Lizzie Rain against Izzy Dame in a match. Forget it. Commentator's nightmare. Right now we got Izzy going to the outsides. Shot coming in there by Zaria. We got all the women on the outside of the ring. Here we go. We are back. We're all listening out right now. Big kick coming in there by Lizzie. Oh, down on the edge of the ring goes Nikita. Kick coming in there by Zaria. She's got Izzy up on her shoulders. Izzy. It's easier to move a mountain than to change a person. Was that the thing? Was that the thing? Kelani backstage, stretching out. Okay, right now we got Zaria down, we got Izzy down. Damn, Kelani, said Real Glockness. I'm doing that right now. Lizzie climbing up. You got a couple of women, Zaria and Izzy, were just sort of having to wait for that to connect there. Didn't look brilliant. Lizzie Rain chopping away in the corner. The crowd wanted to join in with the Lizzie Rain. Lizzie Rain. Gets the ropes, goes Nikita. Big spine buster. That was good. That was good. Whoa, lovely Matrix. Kick coming in. Bang into a DDT. Yeah, the headbanger looking good, but she just gets caught with a big clothesline there by Izzy Dame. Nails Lizzie Rain. hate those goddamn boots that Izzy Dame has got. For some reason, she thinks they look good. 1, 2. Nikita makes the save with her vagine. She comes crashing down, doing the splits. Banana split. Banana split, says Booker. Lovely. 1, 2, driver. Kick out there by Lizzie. Crowd are appreciative, but we haven't got this is awesome chants. Crowd are appreciative. Oh, here we go. Just as I say that, they get an opportunity to break out into those chants as everyone is down at the moment. Kind of felt like we were in that neighborhood where you would expect them to be chanting it. It wasn't the loudest, but there were "This is awesome" chants. I think all the women are putting some good work in. Over goes Lizzie. Nikita, middle rope. No, gets caught on the shoulders of Zaria. Drop kick, though, by Izzy. Zaria down. Lizzie pinned. Izzy thought she'd stole it there, but she didn't. She now tries to get the pin. She's doing that spot where she just tries everyone to see if she can get a pin on anyone. Always hate that spot. This match has been pretty fun, said Wrestle Rants. Billy said that was the one thing. Now, what was it? I don't know. I don't know what the one thing was. Right now, we got Zaria. Back elbow there by Izzy. Down goes Zaria. Big shot coming in there by Zaria. German there by Izzy. Zaria goes down. Going for a cover. Lizzie's going to make the save. Lizzie, we are now done with the first hour. Backstabber to Lizzie. Down she goes. Gets planted by Izzy. 1, 2. Zaria makes the save. Zaria makes the save. Crowd applauding away in appreciation. This match carrying on. Okay, Lizzie backing over to the corner. We got Zaria going at it with Izzy. Shot coming in there by Zaria. Shot coming back there by Izzy. Shot coming back there by Zaria. They're really exchanging blows at the moment. Charging in. Izzy moves out the way. Zaria in the corner. Big knee. Down goes Izzy. Nikita comes in. Kick coming in there by Zaria. Big shot. Headbutt to the back. Don't think they were quite on the same page. Against the ropes. Clothesline. Duck underneath. Lizzie. Oh, into a German by Zaria. That looked good. That looked good. That was like a meteora, but Zaria comes up. Spear by Zaria. 1, 2. Oh, my God. It's the never-ending match. Zaria. It kind of felt like that was going to be the end there. Natty and Carmen are coming down. Natty and Carmen have made their way down. Yeah, here's Nikita. Kick coming in there by Nikita. Headbutt there by Lizzie. Nikita goes down. Lizzie against the ropes. Through the ropes to the outside. Into the commentary table. These two swinging away. Brawling away. On the outsides. Now we're going to have Natty and Carmen. Down comes Lola, is it? Or is it Jada? I think it's Jada, maybe. Jada. Spear there by Zaria. Kick coming in. Couldn't see the face of who that was, but there was some cake on display. Whenever I see cake, I think Lola, but I think it was Jada. Spear there by Zaria. Jeez Louise. I feel like we've done every move in the history of wrestling. It's been a million miles an hour. It's Zaria that ends up getting the victory. Definitely put in a shift. Everyone definitely put in a shift. Spears, suplexes, drivers, headbutts, outside interference, kicks, strikes, springboard attacks. I don't think I saw a poison Rana though, so the match sucked. Right, we're going backstage with Ren and Kendall. You haven't really given anyone a reason to want to be your friend. Here's Lola. That was kind of cool. Okay, Vanity Projects. Dun-dun-dun. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, Jackson Drake making his way down to the ring. He's going to be in action. I think it is Tavian, wasn't it? Okay, get your thoughts in for that match. What did you think about the women's match? Nikita can't lose like that. Why did they just come down to attack Zaria? I think just because she's the champ. She is a heel, yes. Oh, hello. Is this Money in the Bank? Is it? I don't think I've seen this yet. Yeah, Money in the Bank. We got a Money in the Bank. I don't think I've seen one of those yet. Little video. Okay, and I think we're going to commercial break. Whew. Okay, well, there we go. I mean, hour one done, and we're 10 minutes into hour two. Let's get to a few thoughts, shall we? What do you think about this show so far? I think the one thing was going to be Vic and Book snorting Vic's cat. I don't even know what the one thing was, yeah? Don't know. Still in the dark about that. But pretty fun moment, all the same. Zaria was the standout in that match, with Nikita being the runner-up. Honorable mention was Lizzie. Of all the women, though, did their thing, said Wrestle Rants. When is the halftime score, said Miguel. We haven't done that in years. About 3 years now. Empower Warren said, imagine if WWE does a Feast or Fired. TKO fires wrestlers for real just to save money, says Empower Warren. Not this commercial again, said Spawny Boy. Maybe the backstage clip was done during the match. Thunderstruck. No, Thunderstruck. Yeah, no, Thunderstruck. Yeah, good point. No, Thunderstruck. Zaria having some mismatched boots is annoying me more than it should. Alex, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Izzy is at her best when she is not talking on the mic, says Robbie. I think the one thing was Kelani, said Laxo. Okay. If I remember, TNA actually fired them for real, but that was just because they were incompetent, says Empower. Okay, I think we're about to go back. Oh, no. We've gone to video package. A little "we'll be right back" video package. So we've got a singles match coming up. We still have... What was the other thing? I can't remember the other thing that was on this show. It was Lola, Kelani, Callie, wasn't it? So Lola, Kelani, Callie. That's probably going to be our main event. So we've still got that match still to come. I'm sure there's going to be a segment of some description as well. Maybe some sort of in-ring promo or something. Fatal 4-Ways on the main roster are boring compared to that, says Miami Max. Did AC/DC give Lizzie permission to use Thunderstruck? Don't know if they own the copyright to the words. They obviously own the copyright to the song. But I don't know. I wouldn't even know legally what the situation would be there. In regards to, does she need to get permission to call her finishing move Thunderstruck? Do they own the rights to that words? No idea. Could be something worth looking into if they haven't looked into it already, to be honest. Okay, we're going back to NXT. We're just seeing a shot of the crowds, as I'm sure they're promoting stuff coming up on CW. Okay, we're backstage with Robert Stone. Here's Tony. It's pretty livid. Tony says, I want Naraku. I'm trying to protect you, says Stone. Oh, wow. Tony Naraku next week. Championship on the line. Oh, he likes it. He likes it. "7 days away, I ain't waiting." Okay. Okay, here's Tavian. Okay, Tavian making his way down to the ring. What is your favorite all-time wrestler? Oh, I always loved Undertaker. I'm a big fan of Shawn as well. I think those would be the two for me. I always enjoyed... I think they kind of scratch a different itch. Undertaker leans into that darkness. And Shawn is obviously more cocky, arrogant. He had a few different kind of chapters to his career, obviously as a great tag guy with the Rockers, Heartbreak Kid, but then of course when he comes back, that kind of run in the 2000s, so good, and the work he does with DX, really loved all of that. So okay, we are underway with Jackson Drake and Tavian Heights. What we're going to do is just end this poll so we don't get too confused. So right now we got Tavian and Jackson Drake. You lot said that last match was great 68. So it is your favourite match of the night so far. You preferred it over the tag match. Right now we've got backing up Jackson Drake. Tavian goes down onto his knees. We're just doing a little bit of kind of like amateur wrestling sort of showboating here. Like, come on, you can start. You can... Yeah. Okay, into a headlock. Well, no joy. Both guys are downside. Headlock at the moment here by Tavian. Booker seemed to really enjoy that by Tavian, not allowing Jackson to grab a hold of him. On his feet goes Jackson. Tavian working on the arm. Jackson driving him back to the corner. Shot coming in. I do like Jackson Drake. I do think that he is very good young emerging talent. He's got a decent size to him as well. I mean, he's not the most jacked. But, I mean, I wouldn't class him as really a small guy. I think there's a bit of height there. Whether he could bulk out a bit more, obviously debatable, but, that, you know, I'm in no position to talk. Tavian going for a cover, but Jackson kicks out. He's got him on his shoulders. He's trying to grab the leg. Oh, belly to belly at the moment. Against the ropes goes Jackson. Big boot. Looking for a cover, no joy. What happened to Jasmine Nick, says Laxo. She decided to not accept a new contract and she walked away. Which I don't know if that's a decision she regrets, because she did come out and say she was surprised they didn't negotiate. I think she was, honestly, I think she was trying to play hardball. I think she was kind of trying to, you know, go back and sort of try and push the money up a bit. And instead WWE were like, nah, we're not that bothered. And so she ended up going. Must be difficult for her because, of course, she now is looking at the fact that Fatal Influence are on the main roster and she's just, you know, not in WWE at all. I don't know if there's regrets there. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. Okay, Tavian getting back in the ring. We are at commercial break. Tavian grabbing a hold. Look at that. That's good. That could be a finishing move by Tavian. Yeah, that is sick. That is really sick. Kind of gets his arm under. Picks up the opponent. Slams them down. It looks really good. For him to just do that during like a commercial break is pretty crazy, to be honest. It's a great looking move. Vic Joseph said, I hope we get to see that again. It was nice. Really nice. Right now we've got a bear hug in at the moment. We are at commercial break. Over in the corner. Hard into the corner goes Jackson Drake. Yeah, there was a bit of extra torque on that. Tavian in control. Tavian looking good. Right now he's got him over the other side. Bang, hard into the corner. Bang, big clothesline. Looking for a pin. 2, no joy, kick out. Yeah, Tavian goes, I love it. He seems to be really enjoying himself here. Dragon Sleeper is in. Hello, Sonny. Hope you're doing well. It worked out well for Laney Reed, said Spawny Boy. It really did. Yeah, it really did. It's all Tavian right now. He's looking so impressive. Jackson, though, trying to counter. Shoulder up there by Tavian. Okay, we're into the final minute. We'll be coming back from commercial break. Of course, our main event tonight is going to be triple threat. Number 1 contender should be really good. Shot coming in. It's going to have to go some to beat that women's Fatal 4-Way. You lot really enjoyed that. I actually think you've largely enjoyed NXT as well. I mean, we are an hour and 20 minutes in, and we've had 2 great matches. Ankle lock in by Jackson Drake. Tavian trying to reach out to the ropes. That ankle is really being twisted around. I mean, it looks pretty moody, to be honest with you. Kick out. Against the ropes, off the ropes, boom! Wow, big cutter. Jackson Drake going for the pin. Shoulder up there by Tavian. And we're coming back from commercial break. There was some good action during that commercial break, you know. Sometimes matches sort of slow down and die a death, but actually not here. They've done really well. Shoulder up. TJF said AC/DC hold the trademark for Thunderstruck under music. WWE can register it. Lizzie is the real life niece of Clive Burr, the original drummer. I mean, I would imagine they'd looked into it, yeah. I would be surprised if that was something they hadn't done. Nice takedown there by Tavium. Goes back against the ropes. Roll through. He's got Tavium. Oh, no joy in the corner. Going up, going over. Lands on the feet. Over the other side. Goes over, lands on the feet. Kick coming in there by Tavium. Shot coming in there by Tavium. Jackson Drake coming back over. Kick out by... Dragon Screw. Dragon Screw. Dragon Screw. He's going over, grabbing the leg. Nice. Nice looking submission being applied here by Jackson. Nice. Don't see that often. Indian Deathlock. Nice. Really nice. Tell you what, these two have put on some really good wrestling. I really have enjoyed this match during commercial break. We've come out. Indian Deathlock, not a move you see that often. Right now we got Jackson putting on a move you see a lot more regular. Figure 4. It's really targeting the legs. Don't hate that. Targeting the legs. Applying that pressure. Ric Flair getting a mention. Oh, turning over. Reversing the pressure. Pressure reversed. Tavium. Yeah, they're chanting tap, 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 tap. Right now, trying to get over, trying to claw his way over, trying to get over to the ropes, and he does get to the ropes. Jackson's got a nasty burn on his knee, said WrestleRants. Both guys really feeling the effects of this one. Really feeling the effects. He's coming over. Shot blocked. Shot coming in there by Tavium. And again, they've kind of gone, they've dug deep here. Don't hate the match. Grabs him. Looking for a throw. Oh, good throw. Nice. On the shoulders. Jackson going for a ride. Boom. He does get chucked. Airplane spin. Chucks him. On his feet comes Jackson. Whoa, over the top. That belly to belly launched him over the ropes to the outsides. Went for a big ride. Loud NXT chants. Okay, shot coming in. Down goes Brad Baylor. Tavium. Oh, 1, 2. Jackson gets it. Jackson gets it. It's a bit frustrating that, because in the end it's just a little roll-up thing that wins it. And after all the great action we saw, for it to end that way is a bit like, oh, do you know what I mean? It's a little bit like going to a strip club and, you know, getting dances off all the girls, and you're thinking, which girl do I want to get that second dance from? You're looking at your options, and it's really great. You're having a great time, maybe chatting to a few girls, and you're having a great time. And then all of a sudden the lights come on and it's time to go. Right, everyone, kicking out time. Kicking out time. And you're like, what? Well, what do you mean? Well, can I not get one? But I've spent all night trying to figure out the one girl I was going to get the dance from. And now I got to get... Yeah, no, sorry, mate. It's kicking out time. What? And that's exactly how that match felt. Here's Nikki Blackheart, and that's not even her name. You judge a cover because it's less scary than accepting what's really there. You're going to remember my name, but I didn't catch it. How can I remember it? I don't actually think she's that great of a promo, you know? I am this, I am that. I'm going to bury everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Reina Volcan. Well, if anyone can. Yeah, I don't know. That video package was all right. It was just like, I'm the best. I'm going to destroy everyone. I'm brilliant. Shadows move in mysterious ways. Something, something, something. Okay. Let's go. Daze, why didn't you do breakdowns for NXT, said Bishop. We did do them a few times, but NXT obviously gets limited attention. There's obviously not as many people that kind of really care about NXT or go down to the NXT level. So just kind of found like the engagement with it was limited. I mean, I think the Raw and SmackDown breakdowns do about 5,000 views, something like that. I mean, you can easily go 2,000 views for NXT. I mean, it's just, you might be able to do it and kind of attract more interest over time, but I don't know. The initial interest just wasn't really there. I'm really grateful, though, for everyone that enjoys the Raw, SmackDown, PLE, Saturday Night Main Event breakdowns. That's good. I'm really grateful that that many people are engaged with them, you know? So I'm pleased about that. But yeah, to be honest with you, don't really see that same level of engagement when it comes to the NXT ones. But it's understandable because, you know, our NXT streams, to be honest, don't even get to 5,000 views. Whereas, you know, we're over 10,000 for Raw, over 10,000 for SmackDown. I mean, Raw, SmackDown, so much bigger. So that's the reason. If these streams, you know, were able to kind of get a bit closer to Raw and SmackDown with those numbers, then I'd be happy to do it. But they're not. So, what's your opinion of Bovril? Said Robbie. Do you know, Robbie? I don't think I've ever actually had it. It's like a Birmingham thing, but I don't think it's a West Midlands thing. I could be wrong on that. Could be a West Midlands thing, but it was never in our house. And my whole family come from Birmingham. I've never had it. I've never been offered it. I've never had it. I can't say from what I've heard about it that it sounds appealing. So, yeah, never had it. Never wanted to have it. We need Reina Volcan against Raquel Rodriguez, said Video Watcher. Laxo said, I watch NXT. I was bored. I just came in to chat. I know the channel is Awesome Days. You are the best. You go in the Hall of Fame. Laxo, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, we're pretty chilled. We're pretty, certainly on a Tuesday, we're pretty chilled because it's a pretty chilled stream, to be honest. I mean, it's a fun watch and, you know, you're going to see some good stuff on NXT. Maybe doesn't carry the same, I don't want to say importance, but obviously the main roster is different. But yeah, there's been some decent stuff tonight. You lot have seemingly enjoyed a couple of the matches, and I've not found myself being bored. I don't know if I can say there's things that have massively grabbed me, though. I did like the tag match. Women's Fatal 4 was decent. I think I preferred the tag. Last match had some decent moments in it. I don't think it was, you know, up there with the women's Fatal 4-Way or the tag match, but it still had its moments. So, half an hour to go. I think it's been a fun watch. Right, we are back from commercial break. As we said, just half an hour left to go. Ober said, if anyone else did the walk I do, the strut I do, it would be seen as comical, but that's interesting. So it looks like there's going to be a pretty big Ober presence in Unreal. Okay, we've got Romeo and we've got Noam. Given your past, you're just hard to trust. Oh, Romeo's interested. Maybe Romeo and Noam are going to be the two that kind of comes to Saquon's rescue here. Yeah, Noam says okay. I'm not down on it, actually, because I do really like these two. I think they've been a really good team. We got Ren and we got Kendall there backstage. Kendall said she doesn't mind who wins the main event tonight. Here's Callie. That's Jada. Callie walks away. Boom! From behind, Natty, Nikita, Carmen. Oh my God. What's up with the production? As soon as you watch something, bang, gob. I mean, I feel like Natty was about to say something then as well. But before she could even get the words out of her mouth, gone. It's been a little like that tonight. A couple of times where I don't know if we're just like really pushed for time and we've just had to like jump away or something, but. Well, it looks like it's main event time, my friends. 26 minutes left in this show. It's going to be Kelani versus Callie versus Lola. My head was going, Kendall. It's Kendall. I was like, it's not Kendall. She's the champ. No, it's Kendall. No, it's not Kendall. No, it is. It's Kendall. It's not Ken. Stop saying Kendall. It's not Kendall. Kendall. That's what my head was just doing. I like it's nice, Lola. Okay, 6-man tag next week then. Saquon, Noam, Romeo taking on Dark States. How are we feeling about the show? It's been good, but something just feels off, said who that's saying today. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's been solid. Do you know, it's really weird, but I just don't feel like it's grabbed me. And that's such a weird thing to say. I think it's because there's not been anything that I find myself really invested in. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do care for this match, actually. So this match could deliver what's missing. But I think like the Zaria Fatal 4-Way was a bit silly because I sort of agree with what Robbie said. Why put Zaria in that position? You know, she's being punished. So, and because that was not the match originally, it was really hard to see anyone other than Zaria winning because we know she was originally just going to be fighting Layla Diggs. So they don't have any creative plans for there to be a different champion, right? So it just kind of felt like, yeah, Zaria's winning this. And I don't really know why she's in this match. Tavian against Jackson Jake was fine, but it was a pretty standard weekly sort of match, the kind of thing you get every week. Tag match at the start was pretty firm. Million miles an hour type stuff. Maybe went a touch long, don't know. I thought it was fun. Naraku against Tate. Don't know. Didn't massively grab me. It was fine. Again, just sort of the kind of thing you see every week. I thought the Shiloh thing was weird. You know, beware of the fog or whatever he was yelling. I don't get it. I'm not sure. I don't know how to feel about it. So I just feel like the show's been fine, but it's just sort of been washing over me. You know? It's just sort of like, yeah, fine. It's fine. How was NXT? It's fine. I mean, couple of great matches according to the community. It was fine. Yeah. I mean, if you watched it, I think you got something from it, but I just can't really get any more enthused than that, to be honest. But this, I'm looking forward to this match. Maybe this match will grab me, you know? But yeah, it's been fine. It's been good. I went to the... Hello, Carmen. Carmen went to the American Legion Post 100 Lake Station, Indiana to see part 1 of the first ever 2-part ARW Pro show. It's the Summer Games. Part 2 is going to be on August 8th. Carmen, who won? Who was the big winner on part 1? Okay, they're just showing us another advert for WWE Unreal. La Hydra, Laredo Kid, Fabi Apache, and Whacking Wild have got a #1 contenders match for the mixed tag title, says Robbie. How does one make Discord better? I can tell you, there's mainly adults in the Discord, says Sunny. Oh, hello. Hey, hello. Don't know what's going on over there, but what happens in the Discord stays in the Discord. That's what I've heard. That's what the streets are saying. What goes down in the Discord stays in the Discord. Yeah, we do have a Discord, and you can get to it by clicking on the link in the description. I've heard there's some pretty fun stuff going on over there, so if you want to hang out with some of the community members, jump over there. I don't think there's anything wrong with the Discord. I just need to drop by more often, said Who Dat Saints J. Yeah, listen, the community love hanging out. I'm always getting people saying, can we do another stream? Can we do this stream? Can we do a retro watch along? Blah, blah, blah. You know, there's all these extra streams people want to do. So, I mean, I don't think it's too much of a push to say the community just really enjoy hanging out with each other. And Discord is definitely a place where you can do that. I think it's a place where you can sort of get to know each other a little bit better as well, kind of ask each other questions and have chats and, you know, kind of dig into the conversations you want to dig into. So I think it's great. I think it really serves a purpose, and I've heard good stuff about it, honestly. I've been in a few times. I always say, though, I can never commit to kind of going in on a regular basis. I would never want to do that. I'd never want to commit to going in on a regular basis because I think that is just a lie. I'm not going to be able to do it. So it is for the community. It's by the community, for the community. And I know a lot of you have a great time over there. Okay, right now we've got... Oh, no. Roman. And Jalen Brunson. Saturday night's main event. What is coming out of that? Okay, NXT Focus. Let's see what this is. It's Sean Spears. Oh. And he's at Full Sail. Like, good feelings. Good vibe. Good feelings. Sean Spears at Full Sail. Izzy, you've become everything I hoped you would. Nico, I'm proud of you. Okay. If you thought you'd learn everything you could from me. Okay, Sean Spears, Nico, next week. That'll be good. Let's find out how much you've learned. Don't hate that. And it's lovely seeing them go back to Full Sail. Even if it was just for a... Okay, next week, Jada Parker against Natty. Oh, we've gone pretty big. Jada Parker, Natty goes down next week. Okay. Go. Yeah, it's Callie. Go. 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 Too strong Armstrong. I can get with too strong Armstrong. Callie Armstrong making her way down. She hasn't had loads of appearances on NXT, but I like her. Little roll of the eyes there from Lola. Callie in the ring. Lola in the ring. We got 17 minutes to go. We're doing all right for time, actually. Have they had a graphic with Natty in NXT? I genuinely can't remember. A graphic? She was on a graphic, just. I don't know what I mean by a graphic. But we saw a graphic. She's going to be in action next week. Straight away to the outside goes Callie. Going to end the score for that last match. Already Kelani in trouble against Lola, but she gets out of it. Okay, you lot have gone good. 95. Oof. Okay, right now into the corner goes Lola. Callie charging in. Bang, and again. Over the other side, another big spear. Boom, and again. Oof. Kick coming in there by Lola. Kelani goes down. Kelani in the corner. Lola coming in. Big kicks. And again. And another kick. Oh, Kelani really feeling that. Really feeling that. She has got educated feet. Okay, referee gets dragged in the way. Slap coming in there by Kelani. That was pretty fun. Lola was charging out. I bet that referee was like, oh my God, thank you. Just as Lola was charging in. and about to smash her rear end into Kelani. Kelani grabs the ref. If you're the ref, you're thinking this is every Christmas, every birthday, this is every holiday. All come together at once. The smile on his face then. Unfortunately, Lola stopped herself before she actually started, but it's going to be very hard for him to get back in the game, isn't it? Mentally. Callie slamming down Lola, slamming down Kelani, picking up Kelani again. No joy. Oh, kick coming in. Those are some stiff kicks from Lola, said Wrestle Rants. Is Natty officially on NXT? I don't think so, Laxo. I think she's just sort of helping out. She just sort of goes wherever. I don't think she's like a permanent there forever. She can get used wherever, whenever. Kick coming in there by Lola. Up, goes against the ropes, gets tripped over, pulled out the ring. Down she goes. Back in the ring goes Kelani. Off that middle rope, taking over Callie. Beautiful drop kick. Looks great. I like Callie. Kick out, shoulder up. I like all three of these, actually. I think Kelani has really grown into being a heel. Back elbow there on Lola. Yeah, not a fan of that. Not a fan of that spot. We're seeing it more and more, actually, in developmental, where you shove someone, they grab their head and they look confused, and then they do a net breaker, which is like a net breaker on the one person whilst they do a DDT to the other person. It just looks a bit fake. Shot to the midsection there by Lola. Right now, we got Lola in there with Kelani. Callie comes over. Kick there by Lola. Lola is taking Callie over. Guillotine is in here at the moment. We got a guillotine. Guillotine is in. We got some tap chants, but we still got a long way to go here. I mean, we've still got 13 minutes. We're actually quite good for time in this match. To the outside goes Kelani. Callie charging over. Down she goes. Callie feeling it. Over the top, on the feet. Kelani against the ropes. Callie ducks down. Oh, I don't know what she was going for there, but she did get it. I thought she was going to pick her up, sort of go for like a slam, but what she went for instead was a little different. There's the rhythm. Hips don't lie. Oh, she picks up Lola. Lola goes to the outsides. Shot coming in. Oh, to the outsides. Lola on the edge of the ring. Going for, bang, seated senton. Down goes Kelani. Callie goes up. Slipped. It's a botch. She goes crashing down. She botches. It's over. Callie's career is over. There's no recovering from a botch like that. She tried to get up. She slipped back down. It's over. This NXT's ruined. Her career's ruined. It's all ruined. Everything's ruined. I've decided I'm going to be extra harsh and extra unforgiving. It's over. Forget about it. It's done. Turn the lights off. Callie Armstrong, too strong. Armstrong. Callie Botch Strong, that's what we're calling her now. Slippy McSlipface. Slippy McGrew. It actually wasn't that bad. I mean, she just got back up and did it a second time. It was fine. Kicks coming in. Video Watcher said Callie's going to win so that Kendall can get the easy win, said Video Watcher. Chop coming in there by Kelani. Bit of pushing and shoving right now. Alex said, people slipping's like my new favourite type of screw-up. Anytime I watch LA Knight, do it cracks me up, said Alex. Yeah. Kick coming in there by Lola. He does it a fair bit, doesn't he? But he does try to do that sort of standing vertical leap, which is quite tricky. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Crowd are booing because Lola's down. Callie and Kelani are working together right now. Against the ropes goes Lola. Down she goes. Oh, there we go. Dancing together. William said Slippy McSlipperson. That'll do. Well, Slippy just got chucked to the outside by Kelani. She goes after Lola. Lola down. Kick coming into the midsection. And again, Kelani very much in control, grabbing Lola. Looks like she's going to try and turn her over into a Boston Crab. She is trying to turn her, but she's struggling at the moment. Ah, there we go. No, Joy. Callie back in. Callie back in. Callie takes out Kelani. Now she's going to try for the Boston Crab. Don't know why they're struggling so much to do get this in. She's trying. Oh, kick there by Lola. And again, she manages to break out. Full Nelson is in there by Kelani. We're coming back in a few moments. Lola manages to take both over. Ah, big kick. Here we go. The kicks are coming out now. Pop, 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 pop. Over in the corner goes Kelani. Pop, 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 pop. Callie goes back in the other corner. I bet the referee's like, do I need to go in one of the corners? Booker T is short-circuiting as boom! From corner to corner goes Lola. Against the ropes. Ah, and another one. Against the ropes again goes Lola. Callie, for some reason, went out. Spine buster. I think Lola's plan was to go from corner to corner, but Callie actually got out of the corner, so Lola had to do a bit of improvising there and just keep smashing into Kelani. Oh, right, we're carrying on. James said, I got a question. Last Thursday, I hit 200 subs. Well done, buds. I've been gaining some consistency now. Have you got any advice on how to keep growing and keep improving? The only thing I would say is keep trying stuff. I mean, at the level you're at, I would keep experimenting. I think the worst thing you can do is kind of fall into a bit of a rut. And I think just keep trying different things. Because when I first started, I tried reviews that got a bit of interest, not much. Tried talking about old school wrestling. Tried doing a bit of news. Tried doing some like history pieces. Tried all these different things. It just wasn't really working. And then I did a figure review, and that got more views. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then from there, I did a toy hunt, and that got even more views. I mean, I was doing like some of my videos getting like 20 views, 50 views, stuff like that. I mean, honestly, not great. And then I did a figure review, and that did like 100 somewhat views. And then I did a toy hunt, and that did like 1,000 views. So I think the best advice I could give you is, if you got 200 subs, keep trying different things. I would advise keeping the video short as well. Where you are, like, just try them. Put a lot of effort in your thumbnails and your title. Keep your content short. Try lots of different things. Try and give people something that's not already being offered. And, if something doesn't work, move on to the next thing. If something does work, double down on it. Keep doing that. 1, 2, that's what I did. And after 6 months, I was at 1,000 subs. But, I mean, I started from 0 and Didn't know what was going to work, what wasn't going to work, what I should be doing, what people wanted. I didn't have a clue. Roll up there by Callie. Callie, though, gets pinned. We're into the final 5 here. Kick coming in by Callie. Against the ropes goes Lola. Oh, I thought she was going for a spine buster, but she couldn't get it. Lola looking for a pin into an armbar. Trying, but it's being defended. She's trying. What's she saying? Watch out. I think she's warned her, though, hasn't she? Big splash coming in there by Kelani. 1, 2, kick out. Kick out. It sounded like she was shouting, watch out there, Kelani, before she jumped. Which seems a bit dumb. But, you know. This is awesome is the chant. Callie down. Callie's really benefiting by being in there with such great experience. Chop forearm there by Callie. Another shot coming in. Oh, all 3 are on their feet right now, just exchanging shots back and forth. Another shot. Another shot. Ah! Kick coming in. Callie goes back. Another kick there by Lola. Against the ropes. Picks her up. Boom! Power slams her down. Power slam by Callie. Callie picking up speeds. Picking up speeds. Boom! Lola goes down. Ah, she goes down and she goes out the ring. Kelani rolls up Callie. 2, reverse. 1, 2, no. 1, 2, reverse, no. Oh, lovely work by Kelani. 1, 2, inside cradle. No. No. Didn't get it. Blimey hell. I thought that inside cradle was it. Ah! Back fist. Back elbow. Crazy finish. This is crazy. Really fun, though. Kelani Jordan's up. Bang! Comes down on Callie. Lola, big kick. She's going to steal it. 1, 2, Lola gets it. It's going to be Lola again. Wow. Wow. That inside cradle felt like it was an absolute 3. And actually, I think even the crowd thought it was a 3. The back fist is insane. Back fist is so damn good. Kelani screwed up again. It's a great finish, though, said Alex. That was like 2.999999. But I flipping love this music. It's really, as the years have gone by, grown on me more and more. Oh, she's livid. Tony against Naraku. That goes down next week. Tony, Naraku next week. Dark State takes on Saquon, Noam, and Romeo. They've the music came to an end. I don't think the music's that long, you know. They're about to go again. We need to get back live. Something's happening. Get back live outside. Chaos. Oh my God, what's happening? I think it's Tony, is it? Is beating up someone. It's surely Naraku. Yeah. Tony, Naraku, they're brawling in the parking lot. street fight. It's going to be a street fight. Ha 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 ha. There we go. Street fight made for next week's looking like a really good show. I actually enjoyed that main event, you know. I felt like it did grab me. I was saying, like, it's not been a bad show tonight, but I don't know. I think I'm just, I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit nervous about England tomorrow or something. And I'm a bit distracted. I don't know, but yeah, I kind of felt like that main event did kind of grab me. I also thought they set up some pretty good stuff for next week. Get your thoughts in. Did you think that we ended with another great match? We've had a couple, according to you guys, tonight. Street fight next week, said William. In an actual street. Daze, is Mr. Iguana injured? I've not seen him in a while, said Bishop. No, I think I saw him not long ago, actually. A couple of weeks ago, he was on AAA in a triple threat tag match. So, I believe everything to be fine. Dave's, I'm giving it a 10 out of 10, said Carmen, because of Lillian. Yeah, do we know why she was there? It's normally Mike Rome, isn't it? Great. That was great. It was great seeing Lillian. With it being a street fight, do we think it increases the chances of Takahashi? Well, apparently he is on the way. Whether he's going to get involved in that, I'm not sure. I really don't know how they're going to use him. I think the fact that it's going to be no DQ, anything can happen. I mean, it does increase the chances of outside interference. Whether that's Takahashi, I've heard no words about him being around next week. But yeah, he could get involved. But I mean, I've got absolutely nothing to base it on other than we believe him to be on the way. Where would we rank the commentators from the main roster? NXT, Evolve, AAA? I don't know. I think that's difficult, to be honest. I think Michael Cole gets a lot of grief. I think that he gets a lot of grief because of when Vince was around. I think he is very good at getting animated in the big moments. I think he provides a lot of information. He steers the ship. I think he's very good. I think Michael's very good. I think it's kind of difficult between Wade and Corey because I don't really feel like there's a great difference. I sort of feel like both of them just jump in with kind of like comments, fill in the silences. I don't really feel like one is necessarily better than the other. I really don't mind Corey. And I really don't mind Wade's. I think Booker is obviously very divisive. I do find that he can be a little bit much at times. There's definitely times where I don't need him getting kind of, you know, the way that he does. But equally, I think what he did for Stephanie, what he did for Trick, you know, there's times where his over-the-top approach actually bears fruit and he's good. I also think NXT can be a bit dry at times. And so he does provide, you know, a bit of wackiness, a bit of silliness. I think he's hard to score. I wouldn't need it on the main roster. I think that he is an acquired taste. I don't find that I hate him, but like was proposed earlier, if he was to be replaced by Big E, I also would not be down on that. So yeah, I think it's really hard to rank the commentators. It's a good question. It's a fair question. I think Michael Cole does a really good job. I think then I would probably go Corey, because I think Corey is excellent with his AAA commentary. And I think that he can do colour, he can do lead. I think he's quite versatile. So I think I'd go Michael top because of his experience. I think I'd then go Corey. I think his AAA commentary has been fantastic. I think that Wade would probably come in next. Joe, I don't mind Joe Tessitore, but he ticks a box. He does a job. I'm just not. he's fine. I don't need him to go. I don't dislike him. But I just find that maybe he doesn't bring the animation, the enthusiasm through. I think is a little bit like, right, let's move to this now. So, Corey, I don't know if you've heard this, but it is a little bit like regimented, is a little bit like a fish out of water. I still don't feel like he's a wrestling commentator. I feel like he's come from another world. And, you know, he'll say things like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Things like that, you know, instead of like, oh my God, have you ever seen anything like this? You know, oh, that's madness. That's crazy. I don't know. Some of the stuff that he comes out with just feels a little at odds with kind of wrestling commentary. I think some of his terminology and the way that he phrases stuff just doesn't really feel like it's pro wrestling. But I don't think he does a bad job either. But I think he's certainly better than some of the people we tried. I mean, we tried a couple of people, didn't we, in those positions in the past, and it didn't really work. And so I'd probably put him bottom of the 4, to be honest. I feel like Wade gets it. Corey does a great job with AAA. That's why he moves up. Michael's probably the best out of all of them. Joe, I'd put at the bottom. Booker's an acquired taste. He'd have to go at the very bottom. And then you got to rank Vic Joseph, which is really hard. I'm actually surprised at how many people don't really rate Vic Joseph. I think he does a decent job, and I think he gets enthused quite well. I actually think Vic Joseph could do a better job than Joe. I mean, I don't know why we don't have Vic Joseph on the one show instead of Joe. So I think I'd put him above Joe. Would he go above Wade? Don't know. That's tricky. That's tricky. That's tricky. Yeah, I think I'd put him... Don't know. It's tricky. My favourite commentator is in ARW Pro, said Colin. Brain and Gorilla are the GOATs. Where would we put Mauro? Oh, Mauro's goated. The only problem with Mauro is obviously he's got a lot of personal issues that mean that he's obviously not the most reliable in the sense of, you know, there was times where he'd have need mental health breaks and whatever, and that's fine. You know, mental health, obviously very serious stuff, but yeah, I mean, Mamma Mia, and do you know what I mean? He's got the voice for it. He's got the emotion. I always think you can judge a great commentator by when it's time to really get to that kind of, oh my God, this is insane. You know, like when things are really getting to a crescendo, can they deliver the lines clear? You know, I always found with Pat that when in those moments he was squeaking and squeaking and squealing and screeching, and it was honestly, I hated it. I really, really did never think, and I'm not just saying this because I didn't like him, I'm just being honest about his commentary. I never felt he had a voice for commentary. I think a commentator should have a voice that's got a gravitas to it, or when it's time to get emotional, you can kind of really punch through, you know. I mean, like Michael Cole, I remember his 1D, no one's ever kicked out of a 1D. And this is when I think it was Sammy and Kevin against the Usos, and they hit a 1D in the main event of WrestleMania, and he's losing it. 1D, no one's ever kicked out of a 1D. He's very good in those moments that bring in the enthusiasm, getting the message across, making it feel like a big dramatic moment's playing out. I think that's a real skill, and it's actually, you know, a skill we've seen time and time again that not everyone possesses. And as a result, I really do rate Michael as a commentator. I think for many people he's the voice of WWE, and when he goes, I think you're going to see how good of a job he did. I think, you know, we've already shown trying to get a Michael Cole type person on the other brand is really hard. We tried a few people, it didn't work, and now we've got Joe. I mean, no one can tell me Joe's a better commentator than Michael. I'm not buying it. I don't think Joe, when it's time to get enthused, is anywhere near as engaging. So yeah, it's an interesting. We never really talk too much about the commentators, so it's an interesting conversation. But I think ranking them's tricky. I think Vic Joseph's probably the hardest to sort of place. I think I'm probably ending up with him being in the middle. It's just a 3D, said the Hibs. Yeah, it is just a 3D. Big Time said, I feel like with all the NXT women getting called up, like Tatum, Lola, impending, we haven't figured out JC, Blake, Jordan, Julia. The idea we're just stockpiling never bodes well, said Big Time. Joe sounds like a taped SmackDown with his voice. There's a lack of punch and energy. I agree with that. I agree. JR, the king. I mean, JR's the GOAT, isn't it, when it comes to that kind of those moments. I agree. Mauro Fani, he was my favourite, but the crowd can't match his energy, so it might feel a bit out of pace, said Rapturous. We will have Joe on Raw soon, since college football is going to begin. Even Michael's face. Okay, then we're up to speed with all the comments. So there we go. That was NXT. I hope people enjoyed it. You lot scored that main event match, and you scored it. Here we go. You scored it. Great 73. Great 73. You lot actually said that was your favourite match of the night, and you know what? I think I would agree. It did grab me as well. I think I would agree with you there. I do think the women's fatal four-way was very fun, and I do think the tag match was fun. I think tonight was actually a night of some really good in-ring action, and we don't say that much for Raw and SmackDown. So, very good. I'll take that. But I do think next week looks even better. We've got a NXT Championship match and a street fight. We've got Natty in action. Some good stuff lined up for next week. So that's NXT. Thank you for everyone that joined us. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow. We got a member stream. It's going to be a little bit later than usual because, of course, England are playing. If you want to join us for Evolve, we'll be here for Evolve. I don't plan on drinking or anything like that. If I do, I'll do it after Evolve. It'll either be drinking in celebration or drinking in commiseration. Not massively confident. There is no expectation. I have no idea how tomorrow's game is going to go. To be honest, even if we get to the final, I'd expect us to get destroyed by Spain. So, I don't know. It would be great if they could do it, though. It would be great if they could reach a final. I've never seen England in a World Cup final in my life because they've never been to one. So, it would be great if they could do it. I think they can do it, but don't know. Please send all your positive energy in the England football team's direction as we try to achieve something we have not achieved in 60 years, and that is get to a World Cup final. So, yes, I'll either be crying tomorrow or I'll be in a very good mood. So, we will be back tomorrow with Evolve, and yeah, awesome. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. See you next time. Bye for now.